Good morning, bom dia, pessoal! Vamos começar esse dia com muita positividade? Our first institution is Missouri State University, and I'm gonna bring Brad to put him on. Hi, Brad.
Good morning.
Good morning. Your audio?
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, I'll move a little bit closer. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here with you this morning. It's 8 o'clock in the morning here at Missouri State University, and I guess about 10 o'clock down there in Brazil on a Saturday morning. So good morning. Thanks for the high energy introduction. It's great to be with you. What I want to do briefly is introduce Missouri State University to you, and then introduce one of our professors who's going to share with you some information about his research in the field of biology. But first, let me try to share my screen and just give you a quick introduction so you know the university you're meeting with today. Carolina, is my screen coming through okay? Can everyone hear? Carolina, is my screen visible?
Yeah, it's working.
Okay, great. The first thing to know about Missouri State University is our mission. We have a unique focus that was given by our state legislature, which is to focus on public affairs. And this is what really drives our interest in these three areas, and it drives our focus on international studies and particularly on community service. And behind me, when my photo comes back up, you'll be able to see the Citizen Scholar statue over my right shoulder. That's a statue that signifies how important community service, community engagement, ethical leadership, and cultural competence is. And we try to incorporate that into all of our areas of study at Missouri State. We're a large university, the second largest in our state of Missouri. Overall, we have 26,000 students, 1,500 international students here on our campus, which is in Springfield, Missouri. Also, some of those students are in China, in other countries, taking classes online, of course, right now during the COVID-19 pandemic. We have a variety of undergraduate programs, over 180 options for major and minor areas in the course of study, and 100 graduate options. Now, we're a research institution, but a professional doctorate level institution, which means we don't have a lot of doctoral programs at the academic research level. And the good opportunity for that, particularly for undergraduate students, is the chance to get involved in research early as an undergraduate, to work closely with faculty doing interesting research like Dr. Kim, who you'll meet shortly. We have a lot of short-term programs in English and leadership and global engagement for students that are interested in that initial connection with the U.S. and a chance to have a short-term experience at our university. And as I mentioned, we're located in Springfield, Missouri, not a famous place like Miami or New York or Los Angeles, but it's the home of the Simpsons. You know, if you watch the Simpsons and Homer Simpson, they're from Springfield. So we're Springfield, Missouri, right in the center of the United States. We're an affordable institution. Juliana, who's joining us today, can sure be in touch with any students that have questions and need more information and details about our scholarship program, about the affordability of Missouri State, because it's very competitive in terms of cost for such a high quality program. Graduate scholarships are available as well, and graduate assistant positions are available in some circumstances for really outstanding students in particular fields interested in graduate study with us. The main thing I want to emphasize is how important it is for us to provide a good international student experience. Because we're not maybe as well known as some other universities, we feel like the most important thing for us to do, and we put a lot of emphasis on it, a lot of focus on it, is creating an excellent experience for international students that come here. We have students from 73 different countries. that come to our campus at Missouri State. And we really focus on making sure students feel welcome, they feel connected to our community through our International Friends program, where a local host family is available for every international student to provide that local connection and cultural knowledge that comes from being with a family here in the U.S. You don't have to live with them necessarily, of course, but you have a chance to spend time with them on weekends or go to sporting events, arts and culture activities, music concerts, that sort of thing. We have great facilities on campus. Our university administration from the president's level all the way through is very supportive of international education. For international students coming here, you have a lot of opportunity to share your culture with our community. Our community is not as engaged internationally maybe as some of the big cities in the United States. And in that sense, the international students who come to Missouri State have a chance to be ambassadors, to represent your culture, your interest, and make those connections locally on our campus and in our community. And as I mentioned earlier, we have a lot of practical experience, a lot of hands-on experience opportunities, whether it's in the lab, whether it's out in the field. And depending on the area you study and the major you have, you'll have a chance not just for the academic experience in the classroom, but also that practical experience and the cultural knowledge and experience that comes from studying abroad. So we hope you consider Missouri State. We hope you have questions for us later, or for Juliana, who works with us there in Brazil. Right now, I want to introduce Dr. Kim, though, because I think the best way to learn about a university is to learn about the work of the faculty, of the professors, and that's the main interaction students have. And the main connection and the value is that experience in the classroom and in the laboratory and out in the field led by faculty. Dr. Kyung-Tae Kim is with us today. He's a professor of biology. He's very active on our campus in teaching and in research and in supporting international students in our international program. He also serves as associate dean of the College of Natural and Applied Sciences, and he's just an excellent lecturer. We've worked with him on a lot of programs in the past, and we're really appreciative that he was able to join us today on a Saturday morning to share a little bit about our biology program, and in particular his research here at Missouri State. So I'm going to move past screen sharing, and we will turn it over to Dr. Kim.
Thank you very much, Brad. Good morning, everybody. My name is Kyung-Tae Kim. I'm going to share screen right now. So let's see. So I want to make it really big. Okay. All right. So it's an honor so that I can talk about not only myself and my research, but also with introducing Department of Biology at Missouri State University. So first of all, myself, my name is Kyung-Tae Kim. I originally came from South Korea about 26 years ago. And I have done my research degree, Florida State University in 2001. And I joined Missouri State University in 2005, and it has been 16 years. I've been teaching multiple courses, including general biology for non-majors and upper level courses such as cellular biology and also inner cell traffic and cancer cell motilities. And more details on my research will be given a little bit later. First, one of my mission is introducing Department of Biology at Missouri State to you. So first of all, we have 20 active faculty members, and then we have 700 undergraduate students, one of the largest department, one of the biggest department at Missouri State University, along with 30 active graduate students, millions of dollars in grant and funding per year. So you may say, why biology? I know a lot of you may be interested in biology. Particularly, I want to tell you why you might want to choose biology as majors. First of all, biology is a home for pre-medical and pre-veterinary. If you want to be a medical doctor, veterinarian. If you want to be pharmacist, physical therapist, physician's assistant. Furthermore, if you want to be a technician in research field in cell biology, or I'll say that scientist, research scientist, genetics, microbiology, and biotechnology, all these contingencies of subdisciplines of biology, a study is available at this department. And if you are very much interested in field sciences, including wildlife management, ecology, and conservation, yes, biology will be your majors. And why you want to choose MSU biology? Well, there are so many different biology programs in the United States. Why MSU? Well, we have award-winning faculty. They are in action in teaching and research and advising. And 100% of faculty are active scientists. What I mean by that is they are participated in practical research. And all lecturers are basically faculties are PhD level. And we provide some internship depending on students' need. And we have a lot of opportunities for undergraduate research. This is one of the main strengths for the Department of Biology. Through this, you can learn a lot of hands-on activities and high impact practices. And we provide a lot of scholarships, and students after graduating, they actually get into, or say, admitted into professional schools like medical and veterinary pharmacy and graduate schools. Of course, a lot of opportunities for field studies, like you can go to Gulf Coast Research Lab and you can study at Full Shoals Field Station. There are a lot of other student organizations available for, depending on student needs. And what kind of study options available for undergraduate if you're interested in? Well, biology will study diverse topics here. And then if you really love study nature, environments, and organisms, and then you want to choose environmental biology and evolution contingency. And maybe you're interested in modern technical biology, like including DNAs and proteins and cellular system and development, neuronal biology. All those things are included in microbiology and biotechnology. As I said earlier, if you're interested in fieldwork, wildlife biology is one of them. And if you're interested in specifically knowing more details about these options, you can send the email to Angela Plank. Her email address is angelaplank@missouri-state.edu. And also, as I said, you can send me email if you have a specific question about a study option. Well, you're probably interested in studying graduate study. We have 4 options: biology, regular biology. This is a popular program, so most of our graduate students are joining in biology program. And if you want to be a teacher, yeah, we have a bioeducation section. If you love a plant, yes, we have a plant biology faculties. They are helping you to gain a master's degree. And the last and not least, here, Master of Natural and Applied Science. This is an interdisciplinary master program where you study 2 science areas. You could choose biology as one, and secondary area could be biochemistry, right? Or you could choose molecular biology first study area, and secondary area as something like a little bit of different discipline, like chemistry. You could choose physics. You could choose computer science. So it's, as I said, interdisciplinary. And obviously, student success is one of the most important stuff. So what is student success? To me, graduation, whether you're interested in getting a BS, Bachelor of Science degree, or a master degree. We can help you out so that you can achieving your goal. So let me talk about faculty research being done at the Department of Biology at Missouri State University. So I'm going to go a little bit quick. So Dr. Yudan here, he's a developmental biologist working with a cardiovascular development, so earlier stage of cardio, so heart development, cellular and molecular biology he is pursuing. And then we have Dr. Kishon Charles. She is expert in wetland plants, and she used nanoparticles and testing their impact into the wetland plants. And also she tests a lot of polluting factors that are negatively impacting our environment. And we have Dr. Dave Ligon. He is a specialist in studying alligator snapping turtle in Mississippi River. And Dr. Chris Rupper is working on immune system. So particularly he's interested in respiratory infection. These days we know the corona pandemic, right? This is one of the situations. He really studied coronavirus impact on human and how they're infecting human. And we have Dr. Janice Green. She is environmental education specialist and also outdoor teaching learning expert. And Dr. Laszlo Kovacs, he came from Hungary and he works for disease of grapevines and impact of nanomaterials on plants. And he used a lot of genomic technologies like DNA sequencing and then DNA microarray and also RNA seeking. It's very high-end research he's participating right now. And Dr. Brian Green, he's a snake expert. If you're interested in snake and some more reptiles, you can contact Dr. Green. And Dr. Marr, he's basically studying mechanisms of diversity and richness in ecology. Particularly his study topic is mammals. Also, he used lots of statistical packages to study biology, so you can learn a high quality of statistical analysis while you study biology. And Dr. Barnhart, he is expert in freshwater mussels. And further, we have Dr. Matthews. She is a departmental head. She is very much interested in studying the relationship between predator and prey interaction. Particularly, her animal model is salamander, as you shown here, salamander. And Dr. Finn, she is expert in stream ecology and study aquatic ecosystem, particularly invertebrate. There are a lot of invertebrate water-living organisms in there, in water, shallow water or deep water. She's both interested in. And we have Dr. Mirza. He is working on ecology of nitrogen-fixing microorganisms using advanced molecular techniques such as metagenomics. And he is interested in studying bioremediation, basically cleaning up a polluted area by lots of different microorganisms. And then Dr. Durham is a neurobiologist. He studies mechanisms of pain. So using a lot of novel drugs and testing with the patient, right? That's what he does. Dr. McEntee is a bird specialist, particularly songbirds, and also working with the population genetics. Dr. Avery Russell, studying interaction among plants and animals and their microbial associate. So like, for example, how honeybees are interacting with the plants, right? How they are taking up some materials from the plant. And then Dr. Phelps is fish biologist, study a lot of different fishes and management and ecology with primary interest in shrimp ecology. And Dr. Wade is plant physiological ecologist and using nanoparticles and studies sustainability. And Dr. Saunders, she particularly educating a lot of master students who want to be a teacher. Dr. Tomasi, he's a physiologist working with the bats. And these days, he actually have a lot of collaborational relationship with the other faculties at the Department of Biology. And myself here, I'm a molecular cell biologist. And as I said, I've been here 16 years. And let me talk about my research areas. So this is my research area. Particularly, I gave a title like a study of intracellular traffics and assessment of anti-cancer therapeutics and engineered nanoparticles on cells. So these are three main study areas. And you see the picture that coming from my lab. And among these 6 students, I have only 2 of them available right now. And I have a new 4 students joined, but you don't see them right now. I'm a professor at the Department of Biology, and I have 3 major topics, as I said, for research. First of all, trafficking. So trafficking, the word is not really good for human society, but this in a cellular level, we use trafficking or traffics for the transport of proteins between membrane-bound organelles inside the cell. So my research topic is endocytosis and protein recycling and membrane fission and fusion. Some of you probably never heard of a fission. Probably then fission means cutting, and fusion is self-explanatory. And that's one of my main projects. I've been with this project nearly 16 years. If I including my postdoctoral research experience, it's more than 20 years. And then I have a second project which was developed at Missouri State University titled Engineered Nanoparticle and Their Impacts or Effects on Cell Physiology and Transcriptome Profile. So simply transcriptome means gene expression. So you have many genes, for example, human cells, whether you talk about human or lower eukaryotic system, they have at least 10,000 to 30,000 genes. So I'm interested in looking at what genes are up, what genes are down regulated globally. So that's we call transcriptome profile. And then my third topic of research is cancer dynamics. So I assess a lot of chemotherapeutic agent and gene therapy agent to test their efficacies, whether they can be used as good therapeutic agent for treating cancers. So first topic that I want to talk about is engineered nanoparticle and their effects. So I use two different cellular models. First of all, yeast cells. This is lower eukaryotic system. This is very cheap and very rapidly duplicate themselves. So within one night, you can get billions of cells. And also second research cell model is human cells. I use cancer cells such as HeLa, you probably heard of, and then thyroid cancer cells. And I culture with different types of nanoparticles, such as carbon nanotubes or circular carbon nanotube or fiber-like carbon nanotubes and silver nanoparticles. And I use some quantum dots. We have cadmium quantum dots, indium phosphide quantum dots. They are relatively very toxic, so you have to make a shell around it. So zinc S is serving as a shell, safe, making relatively safe. But still, they could be causing a lot of negative impact on human and lower eukaryotic or to the environment. So we're treating them and then cultivate them and check their growth and metabolism, and we see transcriptome, and then we double check with some PCR technology. This is very much well-known standard right now, right? So we're testing which genes are expressed or not. So for this project, we have multiple students studied with like Jacob and Sarah and Wes. They're all graduated. Particularly Jacob is now medical doctor, and Sarah is a scientist, and Wes is scientist. And here, 4 of them actually have worked, and then 2 of them graduated. One of them now tried to prepare and get into the PhD program, and another one is working for a hospital right now. 2 of them are active graduate students in my lab. And then the second project that I want to talk about is cancer dynamics, where I assess efficacy of chemotherapeutic agents, particularly novel chemotherapeutic agent and gene therapy agent. I made a lot of collaborative work with other faculty at Missouri State University. One of them is Dr. Gerasimchik. I worked with him testing novel chemotherapeutic agent whose structure is very much related to one of the well-known chemotherapeutic agent called cisplatin. I think you probably heard of it. This was developed in 1970s. And recently, Dr. Gerasimchik created relatively novel chemotherapeutic agent we call PT-DECO. The full name you never really want to try, but PT-DECO is relatively simple in terms of pronouncing it. And we work with him, and we got all the materials from him, and then we're testing that materials with the HeLa cells and thyroid cancer cells. And we recently found out that those chemotherapeutic agents are very effective in killing cancer cell through cell death, or known as apoptosis. And nearly 50 to 70% of cells, of cancer cells, are die in the presence of these chemicals. And Kapayat has been working now. She joined Kansas University PhD program. And also Hushrup and Hannah both actually work with this project. And Hushrup is now trying to enter in physician's assistant program. And Hannah already joined to Missouri State University physician's assistant program. And we also work with Dr. Harari. He provided gene therapy agent. You know what I mean by gene therapy? You introducing functional gene into the patient to replace non-functional gene. That's gene therapy. So in order to introduce gene therapeutic genes, functional genes, you need some carriers or vectors. So he is developing, Dr. Harari is developing vectors to carry functional genes. So we're testing with this, Deborah and myself, and furthermore, Alice is joining this. And last but not least, we have intracellular trafficking. Intracellular trafficking is biological pathways by which cells are able to transporting materials, particularly proteins and lipid, between membrane-bound organelles such as endoplasmic reticulum, Golgi body, early endosome, late endosome, and lysosome, and plasma membrane. So there is a lot of a transport and relation, transporting between organelles. For example, you could make a materials like a protein in endoplasmic reticulum, and then you are able to transport into the Golgi body and plasma membrane. And then here from the plasma membrane, you can transport to early and then late and then lysosome. And there is a lot of disease associated with this kind of mechanism if the pathways are dysregulated, misregulated. And if you see that endocytic process is misregulated, then it is implicated in this initiation of a hypocholesterolemia and heart disease. And if early endosome to lysosome or backrow trafficking is inhibited, then lysosomal storage disorder. And how about endoplasmic reticulum to the plasma membrane? Then you have a lot of disease like diabetes, immune deficiency, and cancer, endocrine defects. I'm particularly, furthermore, if there is trafficking defects between endosome and Golgi, you have Alzheimer's disorders. I'm particularly interested in studying here endocytic pathway from plasma membrane toward the lysosome and the material exchange between early endosome and Golgi body. I have so many students last 15 years studied and graduated. And here, particularly for endocytosis, I have Nana Paneni. He's now a medical doctor at Cox at Springfield. So he studied from me and then go to the medical school and came back to the vicinity of Missouri State, become medical doctor. And the center guy, this guy is now postdoctor. So he did master here, go to PhD, and doing postdoctoral. And then the bottom guy is now MD and came back to one of the small satellite city in Springfield. He's now medical doctor and worked with endocytosis and for the study of Alzheimer's disorders impact. And we have probably more than 20 students participated in this research. Majority of them now in STEM field, whether they are physician or dentist, or they are in PhD programs or getting jobs in some universities as technicians. So I think that's about it, about particularly my research. If you have any questions regarding any research topics or any advising topics, please let me know. So I think I used time wisely, so it's about 8:30. So Carolina.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dr. Kim, it was an honor to hearing you speaking of such interesting topics. I read about the fireflies.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah. Pessoal, ele fez uma pesquisa, procura aí, sobre vagalumes. Procura aí. É muito interessante. I just told them that it's very interesting for them to research about it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presence here, Dr. Kim.
My pleasure.
All right, you guys. So as you know, 10 minutes break. Ok, estamos de volta, we're back. Agora a gente vai falar com o Fred. Olá, Fred, da Merigo. Um prazer tê-lo aqui.
Bom dia, gente. Tudo bem? Bom dia, Carol.
Bom dia. The floor is yours, ok?
Ok. Vamos lá. Bom dia, gente. Tudo bem? Eu vou dividir aqui a tela com vocês. Vou fazer uma apresentação sobre como entrar nas melhores faculdades dos Estados Unidos, como vocês podem se preparar. Não importa o ano que vocês estão, seja no primeiro ano do ensino médio, seja ainda no final do ensino fundamental 2, seja para você pai, seja para você professor. Acho que tem várias dicas aqui que dá para tirar. Eu vou dividir, então, só um minutinho. Opa, só um segundo que eu estou dividindo aqui, rapidinho. Vocês estão me ouvindo ainda? Agora vai aparecer aí para vocês minha apresentação. Como se preparar, então, para entrar nas melhores universidades americanas, com várias armadilhas e oportunidades aí para falar para vocês. Então, eu queria começar falando sobre o futuro, para falar sobre as melhores universidades dos Estados Unidos.
Perdão para você, meu caro. Não está na sua apresentação, tem que mudar para ela no seu computador.
Ué, eu estou na minha apresentação para mim.
Tira de novo o screen share e coloca de novo na tela da sua apresentação. Tem que marcar ela.
Ué, não consigo marcar ela, peraí. Para mim, tá no meu outro computador, tá a minha tela, peraí. Como é que eu escolho aqui qual que é a aplicação que eu quero usar?
Vamos lá. Clica no share screen, certo? Aí vai estar perguntando qual tela que você quer. Tem a parte de janela do aplicativo.
Não tá aparecendo, não. Peraí. Eu tenho um Mac, tá?
Vamos lá. Coloca para compartilhar a tela de novo e tenta colocar a apresentação em tela cheia.
Tá, pus para compartilhar, agora eu apertei para aparecer a apresentação. Ó, abri já o PPT no meu computador, eu abri.
Já habilitou o share screen de volta?
Já, tá habilitado.
Ainda
Para
não
mim tá aparecendo a apresentação.
Isso. Tira e coloca de novo.
Peraí.
Só um segundinho, pessoal.
Desculpa aí, pessoal. Problemas técnicos.
Faz parte para dar um pouco mais de emoção.
Ó, pôr de novo para
Ela apareceu e saiu de novo.
share screen. Tá certo? Agora o PPT. Apareceu que eu tô olhando os PPTs ou não?
Não apareceu.
Então esse que é o problema. Para mim abre normal o PPT aqui e eu pus o share screen, já pus até entrei até no security.
Eu acho que o seu computador está bloqueando compartilhar a tela.
Não, porque deu certo, né, no teste.
Não deu. Ele está fechando.
Então, peraí. Bom, então eu vou fazer sem slide. Vamos sem slide. Para não fazer o pessoal esperar, não tem problema. Depois a gente manda a apresentação. Acho que vamos tentar a última vez e eu faço sem. Tá aparecendo minha tela, certo?
Não.
Não? E agora?
Agora sim está aparecendo só a tela do Chrome.
Isso. Aí quando eu vou entrar para compartilhar, não consigo escolher o PPT, né? Esse que é o problema. Agora eu tô com o PPT aberto.
Está compartilhando só a tela do seu Chrome, do seu navegador.
Tá, então deixa. Vamos fazer sem.
À vontade, cara.
Bom, pessoal, perdão aí pela falha técnica. Depois a gente manda a apresentação para todo mundo por e-mail. Ou quem quiser, passa lá no meu no stand da Amerigo Education, e eu mostro a apresentação, eu coloco lá para vocês poderem fazer o download. Mas o mais importante é falar sobre como vocês podem se preparar melhor para entrar nas melhores faculdades dos Estados Unidos. O primeiro passo é falar um pouquinho sobre o futuro. Eu acho que é muito importante a gente pensar como que vai estar o mercado de trabalho pós-pandemia. Antes da pandemia, o Brasil já tinha 13 milhões de desempregados, e a melhor previsão do The Economist, que é uma revista respeitada de economia no mundo inteiro, era que o Brasil chegaria a 2030 com cerca de 30 milhões de desempregados. E esse número, não quero assustar ninguém, mas parece que na pandemia o Brasil, não tem ainda dados oficiais, né, mas parece que na pandemia o Brasil chega a ter no momento quase 40 milhões entre desempregados e pessoas desalentadas, que são aquelas que já desistiram de procurar emprego ou estão fazendo outra coisa. Por um lado, tem o lado que vai para o empreendedorismo, mas por outro lado, a gente tem que pensar como que a gente pode se garantir num futuro, como que a gente pode se preparar melhor para um futuro onde o desemprego vai ser uma realidade, um desafio cada vez maior. E por que que o desemprego vem aumentando? É bem simples a resposta. A tecnologia é maravilhosa, cada vez que você tem um aplicativo novo no seu celular, você resolve mais coisa em um toque de dedos, mas muitos empregos deixam de existir. Então, a tecnologia, ela tem um lado bom, mas ela também tem um lado cruel, que tira muitas vagas em relação à proporção de quantas vagas ela gera. Ela tira mais vagas do que gera. E existem vários estudos dizendo que isso tende a continuar, e por isso que é tão importante a gente se preparar para o futuro. E vocês que estão lá no ensino médio, quem está me assistindo, que está no ensino médio, ou que tem filho no ensino médio, ou professores, eu acho que a melhor dica que eu posso dar é que entrevistaram todos os grandes caras da tecnologia, né? O pessoal que está mexendo com inteligência artificial, quando a internet das coisas chegar no Brasil, quando o carro autônomo, por exemplo, e perguntaram para eles como é que eu posso garantir melhor o futuro dos meus filhos, e todos eles foram unânimes em dizer que a dica principal para essa geração, né, a geração Z, ou a geração Covid, como já é chamada aqui nos Estados Unidos, a principal dica é você fazer aquilo que você gosta, mas, sobretudo, aquilo que você tem vocação. É encontrar suas habilidades, encontrar suas debilidades e trabalhar a sua vocação. Porque só assim a gente vai conseguir disputar de igual para igual o mercado de trabalho com o computador. Porque se você for aquele cara 9-6 que só escolheu a profissão porque achava que ia dar dinheiro, esse cara provavelmente mais cedo ou mais tarde um computador vai deixar essa profissão para o lado. E 46% das profissões que a geração de vocês, eu estou falando aí com a geração Z, 46% das profissões que vocês vão ter daqui a 15 anos sequer existem hoje. Vão ser mesclas das profissões que existem hoje, vão surgir novas profissões. Então eu pergunto muito seriamente, por que essa paranoia tão grande do Enem, do vestibular e de escolher se você já quer direito, arquitetura, medicina, as carreiras tão tradicionais? E eu vou dizer uma coisa, entrar na faculdade, entrar na USP, entrar na Unicamp, na UFRJ, não é um portal para a vida plena, não é porque você entrou na faculdade pública mais bem qualificada do Brasil que sua vida está resolvida. Hoje, fazer uma faculdade é uma coisa que grande parte da população acaba tendo acesso, e isso não significa um grande diferencial para você no mercado de trabalho, lá na frente. Mais importante do que escolher uma boa faculdade, mais importante do que entrar na faculdade mais disputada, é saber o que você foi fazer lá dentro. E a taxa de evasão, ou seja, quem abandona a faculdade no primeiro ano no Brasil, na USP, que é grátis, ou seja, que é pública, a taxa de evasão da USP chega a 27% no primeiro ano. Nos Estados Unidos, as universidades, na média, a taxa de evasão é 7% nos 4 primeiros anos. Qual que é a diferença e por que a taxa de evasão é tão diferente? Porque a gente escolhe a faculdade no Brasil de uma forma errada, na minha opinião, e acaba sendo injusto o processo, porque a gente faz 14 disciplinas no ensino médio, e se você quer ser historiador ou se você quer ser engenheiro químico, você tem que ser bom em 14 disciplinas, e tem 2 domingos do ano, que é o Enem e o vestibular, que se você acordar de mau humor, Se você acordar com a pá virada, pode significar jogar aqueles 12 anos que você estudou. Nos Estados Unidos, o processo é muito diferente, é um processo que se chama avaliação holística. Então, eles vão avaliar, sim, suas notas, tem uma espécie do Enem americano, que é o SAT ou o SAT, eles vão avaliar suas notas de uma forma retroativa, vai ver sua média nos últimos 4 anos, porque o ensino médio nos Estados Unidos começa no 9º ano, diferente do Brasil. E isso, na minha opinião, é muito mais justo e muito mais fácil de você se preparar melhor. Porque se você realmente quer entrar numa boa faculdade, se você merece, se você está se dedicando, é mais fácil do que simplesmente em 2 domingos ter que dominar 14 matérias. Então, para entrar numa boa faculdade americana, o primeiro passo, obviamente, é ser um bom aluno, ter que ir bem, porque um dos critérios é seu GPA, a sua nota média. Outro critério é o SAT, ou SAT, que é uma espécie de um vestibular. Isso compõe 55% do que uma boa universidade americana vai olhar na hora de avaliar. Esse aluno, essa aluna pode entrar aqui ou não. E os outros 45%, que eu acho que vale muito a pena vocês pensarem nisso, é quem é você. Hoje no Brasil, se eu perguntar para vocês que vocês são bons, eu não estou falando em assistir Netflix, em jogar PlayStation, ou falar eu sou bom em matemática. Eu quero saber quais são as suas características. É isso que uma faculdade quer saber. Se você tem criatividade, se você é comunicativo, se você já exerceu liderança, quanto de empatia você já desenvolveu na vida, já fez trabalho voluntário. Então, significa muito para os Estados Unidos, para as boas faculdades, significa muito quem é você. E isso eu acho que é legal vocês pensarem, porque a nossa escola no Brasil, a gente vai literalmente, porque é uma obrigação, para passar de ano e para se preparar para 2 provas, que é o Enem e o vestibular. Mas a gente não vai na faculdade, no colégio, no geral, no ensino médio brasileiro, a gente não vai identificar nossos talentos, nossa vocação, porque a gente começa a fazer simulado, Enem, e acaba esquecendo de olhar para dentro. O que eu sou bom, quais são minhas fortalezas, minhas fraquezas, minhas skills, né, minhas habilidades. E a primeira dica que eu dou para vocês, então, é comecem a pensar em vocês, sejam vocês mesmos, menos um número, muito mais quem é vocês. Então, por exemplo, trabalho voluntário é uma dica muito importante para quem quer entrar numa boa faculdade americana. Tem que fazer trabalho voluntário, não tem jeito, a empatia é um dos valores mais importantes para a geração de vocês. O segundo fator que eu acho é começar a se preparar com antecedência. Não adianta, até dá tempo, mas não adianta no 3º ano querer entrar em Harvard. Eu conheci um recrutador de Harvard, que é prestigiado, a Universidade Americana, e ele me disse que os brasileiros poderiam entrar muito mais facilmente em Harvard e eles adorariam ter muito mais brasileiros. Mas normalmente os brasileiros começam a pensar na faculdade lá no meio do 2º ano. E enquanto que o certo, para um modelo de avaliação holístico, seria você começar a pensar em que faculdade que você quer entrar desde o lado do 9º ano, ver suas notas, ver que matérias que você está fazendo bem, quais não estão, compondo, começando a treinar sua essay, a famosa essay, que é escrever em uma folha quem é você e por que você merece estar naquela faculdade. Então, segunda dica é se prepare com antecedência. A terceira dica é não olhe só para rankings e só para o lugar onde estão as faculdades nos Estados Unidos. Existem faculdades desconhecidas dos brasileiros que podem encaixar muito bem no seu perfil, e aí vai ainda mais uma dica. Nem sempre aquelas bolsas que a gente escuta, tem uma bolsa em Harvard, tem uma bolsa em Princeton. É claro que essas universidades nível Ivy League, quem entra lá, cerca de 70%, 75% dos alunos de Harvard não pagam Harvard no 1º ano por causa do custo, e Harvard pensa de forma inteligente, você tem mais dinheiro depois que você sai de Harvard do que antes de entrar em Harvard. Então você assume de uma certa forma uma dívida com Harvard e devolve o que ela investiu em você. E às vezes é legal não pensar só em ranking na hora de escolher uma faculdade ou só o lugar, porque podem existir faculdades que você entraria muito mais tranquilamente e até com oportunidades de bolsa, e essas faculdades não são aquelas tão conhecidas. Então, vale a pena se dedicar a essa pesquisa e aplicar para no máximo 10 faculdades, separadas em grupos, das que você tem certeza, aquelas que é a cenourinha para você correr atrás, e aquelas que estão no meio do caminho. Então, essa é a terceira. E a quarta dica que eu vou dar é desenvolvam as habilidades extracurriculares, desenvolvam suas skills, além da empatia que eu já citei, o trabalho voluntário como uma dica essencial. Por exemplo, quem faz esporte, não deixa o esporte de lado, porque no Brasil é visto com preconceito você colocar no currículo que joga futebol, vão falar, nossa, que vagabundo. Nos Estados Unidos, você jogar futebol, jogar ping-pong, não importa, fazer um esporte, uma dança, cantar, desenhar, o que vocês quiserem como hobby, vale a pena, porque fala mais de você como ser humano. E é isso que as faculdades estão olhando. Por quê? Porque no mercado de trabalho, ninguém vai numa entrevista de emprego te perguntar se você tirou 9,2 ou 9,3 na prova de história, nem vai te perguntar a tabela periódica. No mercado de trabalho, no mundo real, eles vão perguntar se você é comunicativa, se você é criativa, se você tem liderança, se você já teve a oportunidade de fazer algum tipo de estágio, vai querer saber quem é você. E isso a gente não faz muito bem no nosso ensino médio. Então, essa é outra dica que eu dou para vocês. Eu dei aí 4 dicas. E uma última dica legal, que eu acho, existe a oportunidade de vocês se prepararem, e esse é o trabalho que eu faço, é você ir para um ensino médio nos Estados Unidos. Agora a gente está com a pandemia, por enquanto está se preparando de forma online para quem não conseguiu ir ainda, mas você se preparar lá, você já se adapta ao modelo, seu inglês já fica completamente resolvido, você tem toda uma assessoria. Então, para aqueles que têm o sonho de fazer realmente uma faculdade nos Estados Unidos, o meu trabalho é um ensino médio que tem desde um semestre letivo até os 4 anos do ensino médio, e a gente consegue garantir para aqueles bons alunos e quem se esforce, que queiram vir conosco, a gente consegue garantir, inclusive, do aluno entrar numa das top 100. Acho que era isso, eu já estou estourando o tempo aqui. Eu queria saber perguntas, para não deixar... alguém tem alguma pergunta ou forma de mandar pergunta? Pode ir passar no stand da Américo. Quem tiver dúvidas, quem quiser falar mais, discutir mais, falar sobre profissões do futuro, eu adoro esse tema. Posso dar várias dicas para vocês, mas, sobretudo, eu acredito que existe a oportunidade de você fazer um intercâmbio que é muito mais só do que ir aprender inglês, ficar mais maduro, e isso qualquer intercâmbio faz. Beleza? Essa é a Américo, e essas são as dicas que eu passei para vocês. Joia, Carol? Tem perguntas?
Vamos ver. Da Ana, como encontrar essas habilidades?
Legal, Ana. Eu acho que uma forma de encontrar suas habilidades é exatamente saindo um pouco daquele lugar comum de ficar indo para a escola fazer prova e prova e prova. Não estou dizendo que não tem que estudar, hein? A escola é a base de tudo. Tem que passar na escola. E é o modelo brasileiro, não tem jeito. Mas, por exemplo, como é que você pode encontrar habilidade num sábado, depois que terminar a feira da Efigie? Se você acha que você é da área da saúde, tentar de alguma forma um trabalho voluntário na área da saúde. Isso pode te ajudar a ver se realmente é aquilo que você gosta ou não. Outra forma de achar, você que gosta de desenhar, em vez de ficar com preguiça de fazer aquele curso online de desenho, no domingo, perde uma série da Netflix, se inscreve no curso de desenho e vê se realmente você gosta daquele curso de desenho. É no pouco a pouco, é no dia a dia. Quem mais?
Experimentar. O Kevin, acho que é mais em termos de emocional, né? Nossa, isso é bem complicado, é muita pressão tão cedo.
Legal, Kevin. É verdade que é mais cedo a pressão, no caso de você começar a se preparar no 9º ano, mas eu diria que é uma pressão distribuída, porque se você comparar inteira a pressão de fazer 4 anos bem e ter o tempo dos 4 anos e ir arrumando suas notas e se arrumando para a faculdade, eu acho que é menos pressão do que o Enem e o vestibular, que é em um domingo você decide sua vida. Eu acho que o vestibular pressiona mais ainda. Então, pressão por pressão, eu acho que eu prefiro distribuir a pressão em 4 anos.
Legal. A Yolanda, o que você acha dos empregos na área de finanças e economia? Acha que é uma área que vai se expandir, talvez? Expandir?
Cara, finanças e economia, eu te dou...
Desculpa, extinguir.
Finanças e economia, eu acho que são bem parecido, né? Finanças e economia. Mas, assim, eu vejo, por exemplo, as fintechs. Você vê quantos bancos digitais surgiram nos últimos 2 anos, não vou nem falar 5 anos. Eu acho que o futuro vai digitalizar, tem todas as moedas cibernéticas, né? Tipo o Bitcoin e por aí vai. Então, eu não acho que é uma área que vai morrer, mas eu acho que é uma área que tem que entrar com a tecnologia. Eu acho que não adianta você ficar só na teoria da economia e a teoria das finanças. Mas quem for bom, por exemplo, em criptomoedas, tem um futuro muito promissor, porque eu acho que o futuro dos bancos vai ser totalmente digital. Que mais?
E em relação à preparação, eles valorizam alguém que teve uma evolução significativa nas áreas extracurriculares e acadêmicas?
Sim, os Estados Unidos tem uma palavra que eu gosto muito que chama meritocracia. Eles vão avaliar tudo em relação ao seu mérito. Então, às vezes, um aluno que no 9º ano tinha nota baixa, mas chegou no 12º ano com notas altas, isso significa esforço, isso significa dedicação, e isso pode ser um mérito. Então, a avaliação pode assustar essa forma que eu falei de que são 4 anos avaliados, mas é óbvio que cada pequeno esforço, dependendo da carreira que você quer, dependendo da universidade que você quer, pode significar diferença. E no extracurricular, por exemplo, alguém que começa a desenhar cada vez melhor, ou dançar cada vez melhor, ou tocar uma música cada vez melhor, isso é dedicação, isso é esforço. E no fundo, a faculdade quer alguém que lá dentro se dedique, se esforce, e que lá na frente vai ajudar a faculdade a ser prestigiada. Não deixa de ser uma troca para a faculdade. Investir em você, para você devolver para a faculdade. Então, todo o mérito é bem-vindo. O que mais?
Legal. Beatriz, é possível conseguir uma bolsa em universidades de medicina nos Estados Unidos ou no Canadá?
Beatriz, bem legal sua pergunta, porque medicina nos Estados Unidos é considerado uma pós-graduação. Eu acho que é legal de explicar isso. Nos Estados Unidos, você entra em medicina depois de ter feito uma faculdade que eles chamam de pre-med. Então, eles fazem biologia, química, e você pode ser um médico fazendo até música nos primeiros anos da faculdade. Então, existem sim formas de ter bolsa na medicina. É uma carreira tão difícil quanto no Brasil, no sentido de entrar numa faculdade de medicina, e comecem a escolher, para você conseguir uma bolsa em medicina, existem bolsas, comecem a escolher um bom pre-med, escolher uma boa faculdade de pre-med. E aí entra também o que você fez no seu ensino médio, o que você já está fazendo hoje. Mas medicina tem ainda um outro fator, que é a questão de onde que você quer atuar na vida, porque fazer medicina nos Estados Unidos e no Canadá, muito provavelmente você tem que começar a pensar que você vai atuar lá, porque fazer medicina nos Estados Unidos e atuar como médico no Brasil é muito difícil, para não dizer quase impossível. Existem formas, mas não é o caminho mais recomendado. O que mais, gente?
Saber. Suzy, Fred, as escolas que oferecem o ensino médio já pode fazer um curso técnico para formação?
Legal. Na verdade, não é nem curso técnico, mas as escolas que oferecem esse high school preparatório, que é o nome que se dá a isso, elas sim oferecem. Se você for muito boa em alguma matéria, você pode fazer o que eles chamam de AP Courses, que é Advanced Placement, e Honor Courses. Esses cursos, eles valem créditos para a sua universidade. Então, não é exatamente um ensino técnico, mas é um ensino que já elimina créditos da universidade. E nos finais de semana, ou às tardes, os americanos costumam sim, ainda adolescentes, fazer estágios não remunerados, ajudar na cantina do tio, ajudar numa loja, nas férias de verão, em vez de ir para a praia todo mundo, muitos vão trabalhar nas férias, e isso é o ensino técnico americano, começa em que você escolheu, né? Porque nos Estados Unidos você tem um cardápio de matéria no ensino médio, não é que nem o Brasil que você é imposto fazer as matérias, você escolhe as matérias. Então, você já pode escolhendo as matérias que seria o equivalente a fazer um ensino técnico.
Desde o 9º ano, né? Aqui.
Desde o 9º ano. Exatamente. Quanto antes, melhor, na verdade. Mas é possível você ir no 11º ano, 12º ano e arrumar tudo para te encaminhar para a faculdade.
A Bárbara, eu comecei a me preparar no 9º ano, mas fui para federais brasileiras, ainda posso conseguir uma universidade no exterior? Estou no 1º.
Pelo que eu entendi, ela já está, eu acho que ela já está na faculdade. A dica que eu daria para ela, nesse caso, é procurar uma pós, ou eu terminaria, eu acho que o caminho mais legal para você, para não ter que começar tudo de novo, e o processo de equivalência de matéria entre faculdade brasileira e lá fora é bem complexo, uma dica que eu te daria, talvez, é pensar numa bela pós, terminar sua faculdade e fazer uma pós-graduação mais focada em alguma área nichada, e aí dá tempo, durante a faculdade, de você se preparar para esse processo.
Legal. Essa pergunta da Laura é o que vários alunos já perguntaram. Na questão do trabalho voluntário, como achar, né? Recomenda uma plataforma, site que disponibilize vagas?
Bom, trabalho voluntário no Brasil tem dois lados, trabalho voluntário no Brasil e nos Estados Unidos. No Brasil, para quem quer fazer trabalho voluntário no Brasil, eu recomendo procurar ONGs, né, organizações não governamentais, tem um infinito e a internet está aí para ajudar vocês. Tem ONG de tudo que é coisa, desde causa ambiental, causa educacional, saúde, e todas essas ONGs precisam ajuda em várias áreas. Então, eu começaria buscando por ONGs. Outra dica que eu dou também, por exemplo, a Khan Academy, a Fundação Lehman, são ótimas referências também para procurar instituições sérias e que vão te dar um certificado qualificado para você usar isso lá na frente. Mas, a bem da verdade, Carol, eu acho que trabalho voluntário, na minha opinião, pode ser até ajudar a velhinha do seu prédio durante a pandemia para ela ir no supermercado, você ir comprar coisa para ela. Porque o verdadeiro valor desse trabalho voluntário, vocês vão ver que não é o diploma, não é mostrar isso lá na frente para ser aprovado. É na hora que você for falar sobre o que é empatia, na hora que você for se descrever, você vai se vender muito melhor e você vai saber exatamente do que eles estão falando quando diz da questão da empatia. E o melhor, vicia, trabalho voluntário vicia, porque você recebe um negócio, tá na modinha, né? Tá na modinha escrever no Instagram gratidão, mas a verdade não tem nada melhor do que a gratidão quando você faz um trabalho voluntário. Então eu recomendo muito, e para quem não começou ainda, cara, é infinito o número de possibilidades de trabalho voluntário. Eu tenho certeza que se vocês começarem a ir atrás, conversar na sua escola, conversa com a diretora, com a professora, eles vão te ajudar a encontrar um trabalho voluntário que caiba no seu tempo, né? Não vai perder a escola para fazer trabalho voluntário, e caiba também no seu perfil.
Perfeito. Não é uma fachada, né? Não é só fiz trabalho voluntário. Eu realmente tenho que experimentar aquilo, né?
Legal.
Tem algumas que já foram respondidas. Você sabe como as artes performáticas são trabalhadas nas faculdades?
Sim, por exemplo, o Bulb, que é o aplicativo que está muito legal, que está, por exemplo, na feira, você pode ir montando um portfólio digital com vídeo, com foto, criando esse portfólio desde já. E tem faculdades, tem dois tipos de faculdade. Tem as faculdades tradicionais nos Estados Unidos e tem as liberal colleges de liberal arts, que normalmente são dois grupos de faculdade. Eu não sei exatamente o que ela quis saber na pergunta, mas nos Estados Unidos tem faculdade de música, de dança, de cinema, de mídia, de pintura, depende da arte que você está querendo, dá para aprofundar muito e entrar naquela arte específica e se preparar para aquela arte específica.
Legal, tem alguns comentários, a gente tem um minutinho. Todo mundo está falando, eu vou pesquisar, obrigada, obrigada. É isso, para verdade, é muito gratificante ajudar o próximo. Todo mundo está agradecendo.
Eu consegui aqui, eu estou vendo todos os comentários, gente. É assim, o que eu queria. Peraí, deixa eu ver, a Gabi Conte, o que você acha da desvalorização da área de humanas nas instituições brasileiras e nos Estados Unidos, se essa desvalorização também ocorre? Gabi, eu acho que, assim, na realidade, tem um certo preconceito com a área de humanas por conta da valorização excessiva da tecnologia, na minha opinião. Não é que está desvalorizando a área de humanas, tanto é que, se você pegar por exemplo, os CEOs das grandes multinacionais americanas, vários deles fizeram carreiras como artes. Se você fizer uma pesquisa no LinkedIn e entrar na Forbes Top 50 CEOs, você vai ver que vários chefes de grandes empresas fizeram carreiras na área de humanas. Então, eu não vejo tanto assim essa desvalorização. Eu acho que o Brasil, sim, tem um problema com relação a carreiras tradicionais. Eu acho que a gente tem um certo preconceito e foca mais em carreiras mais tradicionais, e aí exatas entra por conta de sucesso financeiro. Mas, para mim, sucesso não é exatamente um melhor salário. Tanto é que eu canso de pegar motorista de Uber com 2 MBAs, que fala 4 línguas. Nada contra motorista de Uber, mas eu tenho certeza absoluta que o cara, quando fez faculdade, ele não pensou, vou fazer faculdade para ser motorista de Uber. Então, pense muito que se for sua vocação, se suas skills forem de humanas, não adianta você fazer engenharia porque estão te dizendo que isso vai pagar melhor. Se você for a pessoa de humanas, você vai achar um jeito de ser valorizada. Pode ter certeza absoluta.
Obrigadão, viu? A gente acabou o tempo.
Beleza,
Obrigada,
gente.
viu, pela participação, Fred.
Passem lá no stand da Américo para a gente conversar quem quiser. Um abraço, gente.
Passa lá.
Tchau, Carol. Tudo de bom.
Também. All right, you guys, 10 minutes. All right, you guys, we're back. Let's go. So now we're going to talk about Thompson River University. I'm going to bring Tatiana. Hi, Tatiana.
Hello, Carolina. Good morning, everyone who's joining.
Good morning. So the floor is yours, okay?
Thank you so much. So I have a presentation today to go through. And of course, I want to invite everyone to come and chat with me after at the booth. So definitely bring your questions. Hopefully a lot of those will be answered through the presentation today. So before we go into the university, briefly about myself. My name is Tatiana. I have been with TRU for the last almost 7 years. And a fact about me is that I am an alumni myself. So I was a student. So I will be able not to only share the information about the programs and offerings, but also come and ask me about student life and tips and tools for successful studies at universities in Canada. Now about TRU. TRU is a public university. We have been founded back in 1970. So this year we're celebrating our 50th anniversary. And as a university, we have a very unique feature that our focus is to get you guys ready for the work environment upon graduation. So a lot of our classes have practicalities focused, right? Hands-on studies. There's experiential learning opportunities, paid internship opportunities through a lot of our core programs. So again, as a university, we not only give you the theory, but also the knowledge of what to do with the theory when you are ready to enter the workplace upon graduation. We also tend to keep our classroom environment small and intimate. 31 to 40 students, that's our average classroom size. So we try to provide the environment where you are encouraged to ask questions, to have dialogue with your instructor, with your peers as well. So there's a dynamic where you learn also how to practice the knowledge that you've been given. Overall, we have close to 14,000 students studying on a beautiful campus. And of course, we do have a very diverse international student population with close to 100, 102 countries represented on our campus at average any given semester. And this is a beautiful campus. So you can see it's almost like the city within the city. You can access full infrastructure. All the facilities that we have are for your use as a student. What do we have here? Of course, there's options for you to live on campus. There's 2 residences, and I'll show you the floor plan, how they look like a bit later in my presentation. There's, of course, tons of study spaces for you to study either by yourself or through the group project. You can book a quiet space to study, to meet with your group. There's different lab supports as well. There's other academic supports available for you too. There's doctor's office on campus, counseling services on campus, amazing sport infrastructure as well, from the outdoor basketball courts to our aquatic studio with Olympic-sized swimming pools with some saunas, jacuzzi. That is for our students to access free of charge. There's, of course, gym as well. There's indoor, outdoor running track. So lots of sport facilities on our campus. We are well connected with the rest of the city by the bus route. And you as a student, you don't have to pay for your bus services. Your student card, your student ID will become your access to the public transportation within the city of Kamloops, and you can navigate around from campus to downtown to other areas in the city. We're also really well positioned centrally within the city limits. So it doesn't take you long to get to the major places, even the walking distance. There's 2 major grocery stores within just 7 to 10 minute walking distance from campus. There's different restaurants nearby. There's major banks nearby in the area. So easy to access. Well, you need to access from campus to the city, easy to navigate around. Just trying to get to my next slide. It's a little bit slow. My apologies for that. So just a few pictures to show you some of the infrastructure that I have been mentioning. Our sport facilities, our aquatic center, right? So again, this is all for you guys to utilize and use as a student at the university. Now, when it comes to location, it's very important for students to know the place where they're going to, what it offers, and what can you do as a student, and what are the benefits. So we are located in the city called Kamloops. It is in British Columbia, not too far from Vancouver, but still far enough that you guys need to be in Kamloops. You can't be living in Vancouver and coming to study to Kamloops. It takes about 3.5 hour drive by car to commute from Kamloops to Vancouver. There's a short 45-minute flight that you can catch flying in initially. There's also flights from Calgary in summertime. Early fall, we also have direct flights from Toronto as well to the city of Kamloops. There's bus connection too. There's multiple buses per day, so it's very easy to navigate around. But the city of Kamloops provide lots of benefits for you as a student. I know that mainly when we talk about Canada, you still would know more about Toronto or Vancouver area, right? So there's not a lot of knowledge outside the cities and places outside of those two major cities. But Kamloops provide, first of all, safety, which is quite important because you will be traveling by yourself. You want to go to the community that is welcoming, where you would feel safe, right, to navigate around. And that what city is providing. And also it's the affordability that you need to look at. The city of Kamloops is quite affordable when it comes to your housing, your living expenses, entertainment expenses, and so on. So on average, you can save about 35% of your monthly expenses compared to large cities like Vancouver or Toronto. And yet, a central location allows you to travel and explore what British Columbia has to offer. It is indeed the most beautiful province in the country. We are very lucky with the nature. We are very lucky with the weather because, yes, we do have snow. We do see snow, but our winters are not that cold because we don't have humidity. So you can still enjoy the outdoors activities and be introduced into the winter activities altogether. We have all 4 seasons, all for you to enjoy. And of course, you need to think about, okay, I'm going to a mid-sized city, not a metropolitan city. Other businesses, other work opportunities, and there are, because the city of Kamloops has been developing rapidly and continues to develop fast pace. So we do have different industries present in the area. All major highways are coming in BC through Kamloops. So there's transportation and logistics sector for you. There's strong healthcare. It's also a tourism destination. So for you as a student, think that if I'm going to the destination that is a tourism destination, I can find part-time job, I can find summer job. So you need to consider those questions, right, when you select your destination of studies. And of course, other sectors present. IT sector is really strong too. There's of course retail sector, smaller businesses, forestry, and so on. So again, city continues to develop rapidly, but it still provides affordability and support. A very important resource that we wanted to share with you is also right here at the bottom of my slide. You can go and navigate around and play with it and see student employability, right? So where do students end up going? How many are employed full-time, part-time, and how much do they make upon graduation? So that's really important for you to know that TRU students are very successful with high employment rate upon graduation and very competitive wages upon graduation as well. What can you study at TRU and what are the levels of programs that we offer? If you are a high school graduate, you can start with either diploma, that is your 2 years specialization. So we call it minor, 2 years. And there's also a bachelor degree that you can start right away from your first year, or you can first complete 2 years diploma and then ladder to the 3rd and 4th year of bachelor degrees within TRU. If you need to improve, upgrade your either academic classes or English level, you can also do that at TRU. We provide English as a second language program, and we also provide university preparation if you need to improve some of the high school level classes that are required for your degree. You can apply to TRU right after the 4th year. There's no foundation, no preparation level that is needed, so you go straight to the 1st year of the university studies. Among the areas that you can study, we have 9 major faculties or schools, right? So arts, business, computing, education, engineering, health, science, tourism. So I will highlight a few of those faculties, but I encourage you to come and talk to me or my other colleagues who are joining me today at the booth for the program of your interest and questions around the program of your interest. So if we talk about tourism, TRU is known to be the strongest school of tourism in British Columbia, especially when it comes to studying adventure, so active type of tourism. So you can study either diplomas and branch out into your events and conventions or sport event if you're into sports, if you want to work with teams. And again, Kamloops is a tournament capital center. So there's a lot of opportunities around sport as well. You can start with your bachelor degree right away, whether you want to look into the management in the industry, into the innovations, into the resort experience, and so on. And you can see a little sign here, British Columbia Provincial Nominee Program. So what that means is BC, as I already mentioned, is a tourism destination. So we're interested in those studying tourism and also staying to work in tourism. So you are supported through the fast track to remain in British Columbia upon graduation after you find the job and apply to stay in the country. So tourism sector is really well supported by the local government. The Faculty of Arts is also known as humanities. So you can study humanitarian subjects like psychology, sociology, history, economics and math, more like theoretical application, economics and political studies if you're thinking about international relations opportunities. Communication is definitely the program that I do want to highlight because there's a lot of job opportunities with communications. You guys are very technologically savvy, you know social media really well, so you can turn that into a well-paid job upon graduation from communication program, either public relations or new media focus. There's also other creative programs from the arts that you can select, whether it's journalism from print, online, broadcast journalism. There's, of course, fine arts, your studio work, right? If you are into drawing, sculpturing, that is the program for you to study. Gallery, history of arts, that would be our visual art program. And of course, there's theater arts. We have our own theater studio where students not only study, but also they showcase what they've learned, right, through different shows. So you're going to study not only the acting part, but a production line from your lighting, from your decorations, and so on. So it's a full production line with a theater study program. Business faculty is, of course, the most popular and the most in demand among international students that we see. So business is indeed a very strong faculty with us. A lot of our faculties are from the business. So again, they don't just teach by the books. They try to show you the real case scenarios. They try to do as much linkage to the real practice as possible through the studies. So you can select close to 11 different what we call majors. So that is your specialization, what area within the business that you're going to be focusing on and potentially working in. So you can select that later on. You don't have to know your specialization right away because you may change your mind. You may think that you like marketing, but maybe you will find human resource more attractive and appealing for you as you start taking those classes. So there's no pressure to start making the choice right away as long as you know that this is business that I want to study. You can also select a double degree. That means that you are graduating with 2 bachelor degrees just after 5 years of education. So you don't have to invest 8 years. You just graduate within 5 years in business and computing or business and something from humanitarian studies. Another faculty that I want to highlight is the science, because TRU has a really strong science program because we provide access to lab component from your very first semester. You don't have to wait until you get into the graduation school, grad school program, or 4th year to start working on the equipment. We give you the access from the first semester. So it's a very small classroom size, about 15 students per lab or seminar. So each of you get to practice on the equipment, not just be part of the larger group of 6 students or so. So among the sciences, there's really great variety if you're into biological studies. So whether it's a cellular, chemical, animal biology, so a lot of options from that area. There's, of course, chemistry options, environmental studies that are really well supported and in demand here in Canada because we are we are into sustainability, right? So we contribute to sustainability, try to do everything with the sustainability in mind, including the environmental sustainability. Math and statistics is a program that I definitely want to highlight because there's great job opportunities working with data analysis upon graduation. So lots of science options to consider. Computing science is also available for students. We do have software engineering program as well. There's a few more engineering programs that are coming down the pipe. Architectural and engineering technology is also available under this particular faculty. We also help you to get into engineering schools outside of TRU because we're still building our engineering portfolio. There are some programs that we may not be able to offer, but what we are able to do is to help you get to University of British Columbia or University of Victoria after you complete 1 or 2 years with TRU, and you're getting a full transfer credit. That means that upon completion of the program and reaching a proper GPA, so that is your grades, you can enter the 2nd year right away or the 3rd year right away if you're finishing 2 years of our studies, and then continue with your selected program at either University of British Columbia in Vancouver or University of Victoria in Victoria. Among technological programs, this particular program worth highlighting for sure because there's a great demand in the industry, but even locally, there's not a lot of knowledge about this program, even among local domestic students. So it's only 2 years water and wastewater technology diploma. When you come to study this program at TRU, you will be studying at the water treatment plant, at the water treatment facility. So you will see the equipment that we use to purify our water because we drink tap water. We don't have to buy bottled water. And you will be able to work with the samples. So it's a very hands-on studies. You do have to work even during the summer break within the industry. So you start getting the work experience that is needed. And upon graduation, what we see is 100% employment rate within just the first month of graduation. So this is a really strong program in demand within the technology, really well paid. And it takes only 2 years for you to complete the studies. That's all the industry requires, just 2 years. Now, your student experience is definitely what you make of it. The more active you are, the better your student experience is. And at TRU, we provide you that playground to get involved, to explore your other areas of interest outside of academic studies. There's a number of different clubs that you can join, close to 80 different clubs, whether it's a professional club, business focus, marketing focus, for example, event focus, and so on. So there's professional clubs, there's clubs based on interest, anything from debate, chess, photography, and so on. So there's, again, all those different clubs that you can be a part of and join, or create your own club if you see that this area of interest is still not represented within the TRU club clubs. What you can also do on campus is definitely engage into volunteering opportunities because that's the way for you to also start working on your references, building your professional resume. So there's volunteer opportunities on clubs. You can also join professors through different either research opportunities or even teaching assistant opportunities. There's different conferences that we bring on our campus. There's conferences that our students travel to. There's competitions that are happening among universities. So you can be a part of all of that. And there's way more to explore for you as you come here to study. You can even do a semester abroad if you want to still be a student at TRU, but for just that semester or two, travel the world, go, for example, to Australia, somewhere in Europe if you want to, somewhere in Asia, and bring all those classes back. So you're not going to lose that time. It's just going to add to your experience while you are traveling, exploring the world, and still taking classes that will be recognized here at TRU towards your program of studies. A lot of our programs, especially bachelor degrees, diplomas, they have built-in co-op education. So what does it mean? That means that as a student, you get to engage in a paid work internship. So there's no classes while you're taking internship. You are going into the industry. You are going to be working with real businesses, real companies from the area of your studies, and you're going to be working there full time and then coming back to your studies. So you can take up to 4 semesters of your paid internship with still break for your studies. So you cannot take 4 consecutive semesters, but 2 are fine. And you can see this is the average wage that students receive when they work as co-op students. We do have a career department that helps not only students interested in paid internship, but any student who needs support with their resume, with interview skills. There's job fairs that we bring on campus every year, so you can start exploring your work opportunities as early as from the first year, basically. And when you are a student, you know that Canada do allow you to work part-time while you study, no more than 20 hours per week, as well as full-time if it is a school break. So summer, for example, is 4-month break, so you can work all the time, stay in Canada, travel, work experience. You can also stay and work after the graduation because TRU is a public university. Our programs will qualify for you to apply for up to 3-year postgraduate work permit and work within the area that you've completed. Support is also something that is that we really value because we want to provide you that environment where you feel supported, and we have various teams in place to do that. So there's international student advisors who start working with you as a student even before you arrive to TRU to communicate the important dates. They do airport reception, bus depot reception. So if you arrive within the days that we've communicated, you don't even have to ask us, can I please be greeted by someone at the airport? Can somebody meet me? Because there's always going to be our staff representative at the airport and bus depot during those days. They help with getting you oriented on campus. So there's orientation week with lots of different sessions to get you started, to get you familiarized with campus and supports and how to be a successful student at TRU. Our academic advisors help you plan your classes because as a first year student, you may not know where to even start to plan them. So we have the team to support you with that, and they will be helping you throughout every semester planning your classes. Admission team helps you with registration and other questions related to fees and finance, for example. So there's lots of support for international students, and there's also lots of academic supports that our campus provides. So you can find support through our writing help center, math help center, economic help center. There's peer mentoring program, supplemental learning program. There's wellness program to talk to you about nutrition, sleep, and so on. There's therapy dog Thursdays where those puppies and dogs that come in on campus every Thursday for you to help deal with the stress and de-stress a little. Of course, we have also our incubator on campus. TRU Generator is what we call. So if you think of any entrepreneurial idea, or if you want to understand the entrepreneurship better, it doesn't matter which faculty you study, you can still come and take advantage of the incubator that we have on our campus. In terms of housing, as I already mentioned, there's few residences that are right on our campus. They do provide different facilities. There's a simple version and there's more like a hotel style residence. It doesn't matter which residence you choose, you will always have the private bedroom. So you never share the same bedroom with another student. It is your private space. This particular residence, North Tower, the tall building on our campus, provides blocks for either 2 or 4 bedrooms, and there's going to be one shared washroom and a common space for every 2 bedrooms per block. There's of course laundry facility. They take care of some activities for students who stay within the residence. There's a small gym, yoga studio in the building as well, and of course lounges where you can meet with your students, work on your studies, or have a game night if you want to. So there's lots of different facilities. Another residence on our campus, this one is a simple student housing, 4 rooms in the block, a smaller room size, but again, you have everything that you need as a student, from your little kitchenette unit to your working area to your bed, and you have a shared bathroom facility with 3 other roommates that you share the block with. This is the residence across the university, so literally across the street, and we call it off-campus East Village residence. So same idea, it's a block of 4 private bedrooms and the shared space that you get to share with your roommates, and a fully equipped kitchen is available. So you can choose a budget option, you can choose location. There's also a homestay program that we provide. So this is our own database of homestays. We know every family that we place students into. They've been inspected. The police criminal record check has been done on them. So it is a safe environment where we help you to get into. And you can start building your network in the city that way and find the support from the family, host family as well. So when it comes to requirements, what do you need to qualify for studies in Canada? Well, first of all, English will be the essential requirement. If you want to start your program right away, so direct entry program with no English upgrade, we will be asking for academic IELTS 6.5 with no band below 6.0 or TOEFL IBT 88 and above with writing part no less than 20. If you score less than those identified requirements, you will be placed into one of our ESL English levels. So ESL is English as a second language program that helps you get into your academic studies without additional exams. So you just need to successfully complete your ESL level. And as you can see, 2 of the highest ESL levels already allow you to combine your English upgrade with academic studies so you can start accessing your main portfolio right away. During the summer, we also offer English summer camps. So we give you an opportunity to kind of dive in and see what would university life look like. What does it mean to study on campus, right? So through your 3 or 4 week summer program, you can have that experience of studying on campus, studying English, and not only because this program gives you 8 different electives that you can choose from, and a lot of those electives will be super helpful for you with your studies. So you can look at the classes like STEM, so science, technology, engineering, and math, for example, right? If you look thinking of science. You can look into leadership studies. You can look into study skills, how to successfully study, right? And of course, there's other electives like workplace English, applied English, sustainable, healthy choices, and so on. So you can come to TRU in advance and explore if this is the great and right environment for you to study. Of course, while we're dealing with the pandemic, those programs are being offered online as well. And for the next year, we're going to continue to offer both face-to-face and online component as well if you want to take the program remotely.
Great, Tatiana. We have 3 minutes.
Awesome. I'm almost done.
Okay.
Yeah. So when you go to check our booth, I uploaded for you our fees information. So feel free to download those flyers. There's a flyer in Portuguese as well, so it's easy for you to understand our fees. And what I want to highlight is there's deadlines to apply. So please plan in advance. Most of our programs start not only in September, but also in January, and some are open during the summer. So be mindful of the deadlines. And that's pretty much all that I have to highlight. I hope that you guys will come and chat with me and my colleagues at the booth, or contact us. There's contact information available as well. So looking forward to chatting with everyone.
Well, that's a nice picture.
Thank you. Those are student volunteers. So we have really great student community.
Oh, how nice. Ok. Ok, you guys, so check out Thompson's River University booth, ok? Vai lá no stand deles e visitem eles, ok? Thank you, Tatiana, very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, you guys, so 10 minutes. See ya. All right, welcome back. Bem-vindos de volta. Então vamos lá. Now I call on to Justin from University College Cork.
Hi, Caroline. How are you?
I'm good, and you?
I'm very well, thanks.
Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to share a screen, a presentation with everybody. Okay, there it is. So really today I was just going to give a presentation on, I guess, on the importance of health and life sciences and different career opportunities, particularly in this new COVID-19 world that we're all living in and experiencing at the moment. So I was going to use this just as a forum, just to give you an example of the different types of careers and the diversity of careers that people can have when they choose to study an undergraduate degree in health sciences or in life sciences. So just a little bit about myself initially. So many years ago, I had an interest in biology myself, and I was pretty good at mathematics in school. So I chose to do a bachelor's degree that gave me a career opportunity in either biology or in mathematical sciences. So I did a 4-year bachelor's degree in biology and mathematics. And during my final year of studies, I had to complete an independent research project in biology. So I was fortunate enough to do my project in the field of cancer biology. So that really gave me a taste for independent research. And on completing my bachelor's degree, I was successful in securing a full scholarship to complete a 3-year PhD in biochemistry at the University of College Cork in Ireland. So after I completed my PhD, I saw this as an opportunity to travel and to go explore some of the world. So I applied for research positions in a number of universities across Europe and the United States. And I was successful enough to secure a postdoctoral fellowship at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. And that was then followed by a postgraduate study with the biotech company Genentech in California. So I was very lucky to spend 3 years between the University of Michigan and Genentech in California. Afterwards, I then secured a position as a scientist and then as a senior scientist with a Johnson & Johnson company in Sayos, again in California, where I led a group of researchers working on therapeutics for Alzheimer's disease. So after working at Sayos for 4 years, I decided I would return to Ireland, and I secured independent research funding and secured an academic position at University College Cork, where I have been for the last 17 years. So I'm now a senior lecturer and researcher in the School of Biochemistry and Cell Biology, and I'm also the Dean of Graduate Studies in the College of Science, Engineering and Food Science, and I was the Director of Biotechnology degree programs at UCC for 10 years. So that's just a little bit about myself and my own research career and my time at industry and in academia. So in today's presentation, I was just going to give you a little bit of an introduction to some of the different and the diversity of health and life science careers that students can have, and provide maybe some advice on choosing your undergraduate degree programs to match your career expectations. And then I will talk a little bit about some of the opportunities in the area of health and life sciences, and I'll give you a few profiles of some of our graduates and the unexpected or expected careers that they followed after studying their science degrees. So many students here today, you will have some experience, I guess, in a variety of different science subjects, be it biology, chemistry, physics, mathematics, and so on. And some of you may have developed an interest in perhaps some of the specialized areas, maybe in pharmacology or bioengineering, and you're now sitting at a crossroads where you're trying to decide, should I go and study medicine? Should I do pharmacy? Should I do a life science degree? Should I do an engineering degree? Or should I focus on the physics and the mathematics? So here in this slide, I'm just going to give you a presentation of a typical different career paths that some people follow when they after they complete their undergraduate degree. So choosing your undergraduate degree is very important. And my advice, if a person is not choosing a professional degree, for example, medicine or pharmacy or law, that you should choose an undergraduate degree that gives you choice at the end of your degree in terms of where you wish to proceed in your future career. So many students at our university that complete their undergraduate degree, our degrees are 4-year degree programs. So about 60% of our students will progress into a master's once they have completed their undergraduate studies. So 40% of them will go on and gain employment in different sectors. After completing a 1 or 2 year master's, about 10% of those students will progress on to study a PhD program. And again, a very small percentage, about 10% of them, will proceed into postdoctoral research fellows and follow the academic career to become assistant professors and professors. So only about 1% of our students that complete a PhD actually become professors. The majority of them at undergraduate, master's, and PhD level, they exit and they gain employment in different sectors. The medical students, so I teach undergraduate biochemistry to medical students at our university. These students complete 5 years of study at our university. And some of these students, about 10% of them again, will complete either master's or a PhD once they have completed their medical degree studies. And these students are interested in going on to become professions in clinical research or research fellowships. So these are staff, once they have an MD and a PhD, they can now participate in research, and many of them involve in clinical trials and clinical study-based research. And some of them then go on to become joint appointments in hospitals and universities. So a lot of the academic staff in our School of Medicine hold joint appointments with the hospitals in our city. So that would be true of our medical doctors, our clinical doctors, and also our dentistry academic staff. So where do all of these students, when they complete their undergraduate degree or master's degree, if they don't pursue an academic career, where do they go? So as I said earlier, about 40% of our undergraduate students do not proceed onto a master's, but instead they choose to exit and gain employment. So in Ireland, we are home to many of the top international biotechnology and biopharmaceutical companies, including Regeneron, which are currently just received FDA approval for the first medical treatment for COVID-19. So Regeneron has a facility in Limerick, which is about a 1-hour drive from our campus, and they hire many of our undergraduate students. So, and also many of our postgraduate students, our master's and our PhD students, when they exit the university, they gain employment in many of these biotech and pharma companies, which are located here in Ireland. So we have a vast range of companies, from small biotechnology startup companies, where some of our students may have an idea and they'll set up their own company or they'll join a small company. And then we have some of the world leader pharma and biopharmaceutical companies located in Ireland as well. So our graduates typically go into discovery research, into product development or product manufacturing. Some of them leave the research and the science side of their studies, and they move into perhaps maybe project management, marketing and sales, corporate and legal. So the point I guess to take here is that your undergraduate degree, it doesn't dictate that you're always going to work in sciences. Many of our students diversify their career opportunities in moving into the non-science areas of these large pharma and biopharma companies. So if you have an interest in marketing and sales, for example, you can still use your undergraduate degree in health and life sciences to explore future careers in marketing and sales. Many of our students also, once they've completed their undergraduate studies, some, for example, will do, perhaps they'll move into corporate and legal. So they'll become patent attorneys, which is a big area, obviously, for most of these companies. So there's a whole variety of choice for our graduates, either undergraduate, master's, PhD level, or postdoctoral levels, to gain employment in many of these companies. And I would say about 80% of our graduates from the university across undergraduate, master's, PhD, and postdoc gain employment in many of these companies. So in the College of Science, Engineering and Food Science, we offer a wide variety of different undergraduate degree programs. So like many of the other universities that you're speaking to and many of the other university prospectus that you're studying, you will see that we too here at University College Cork offer a range of undergraduate degree opportunities. So we offer degrees in biological and chemical sciences, earth environmental sciences, chemical sciences, genetics, engineering, computers, maths, physics, and astrophysics, and so on. So I guess what is important and distinguishes some of our degrees from many of the other universities is that we have a very strong and close association with the end employer of our graduates. So many of our degree courses offer 6 and 12-month paid placement or study abroad options in year 3. So this means that students, after completing 2 years of study at our university, they will all spend 6 to 12 months working in industry or working in different career areas to gain valuable experience. And then they return to the university for their final years of study. So it gives our students a very world-ready view before they graduate from the university of what it's going to be like when they eventually graduate. So in our engineering degrees, we do have an interesting option for all of our students that come and study engineering. And again, because we are home to many biotech, biopharmaceutical, and engineering companies in the country, all of our engineering students that enter year 1 of engineering studies study all engineering areas. It's at the end of year 1 that our students decide if they're going to study civil or environmental engineering, electric and electronic engineering, energy engineering, or process and chemical engineering. At the end of year 3 of the studies in engineering, all of the students must make a decision. Are they going to proceed into their final year and exit with a bachelor's of engineering, or they also have the choice of doing a 2-year master of engineering. So it's an integrated master's program. So the students in year 4 and year 5, they study and they spend 9 months working in industry or with engineering companies in Ireland or abroad. And after that, they get their master's. So it's an integrated master's degree program, and you're fully chartered and certified engineer in Ireland. So it just gives you an example of the diversity of these different types of degrees. So then, of course, in the College of Medicine and Health, many of our undergraduate students will choose our Bachelors of Medicine, Dentistry, Pharmacy, Public Health, which is obviously very important in the COVID-19 era, speech and language, and so on. So many of these students, particularly our medical students and our pharmacy students, some of them, yes, they go on and they pursue a career in hospitals as doctors and as pharmacists in hospitals or in shops, in pharmacies dispensing medication. But many of these medical graduates and these pharmacy graduates, because of the diversity of biotech and biopharmaceutical companies in Ireland, they're not restricted to the traditional career as a medic in a hospital or as a pharmacist in a shop. Many of these pharmacy graduates and the medicine graduates do also go on and work in industry, providing assistance to biotech and biopharmaceutical companies for product development and drug development and clinical trials and clinical research as well. So again, choosing your undergraduate degree doesn't mean that you're dovetailing yourself into any one career. There is a lot of choice and variety associated with many of these different degrees. And also in our public health, where they would generally have worked in hospitals and with government organizations, many of these employees now are also gaining employment outside of those sectors in a much broader and more diverse areas. So all of our undergraduate degrees, again, in the medical and health sciences, are linked to 9 hospitals that are located in and around the Cork City region. So all of our students, again, they spend much of their time working in these hospitals, gaining practical experience as well. And again, of course, we have state-of-the-art simulation laboratories for the training and teaching of these staff. So I guess you're now at the branch point where you're deciding on choosing your undergraduate degree. So I'm just going to give you some examples here of how important it is in terms of choosing the right degree that gives you as much choice as possible in your future careers. So here at University College Cork, we offer a number of different degrees. So if we start here on the left in biological and chemical sciences, you may have an interest in biology, you may have an interest in chemistry, or you may have an interest in perhaps science education. So we take about 200 students into our biological and chemical sciences degree in year 1 of studies. And at the end of year 1, the students decide, do I want to go chemistry or do I want to go the life sciences and biologies? So about 80 students exit and they move into a chemistry stream, and about 120 students remain in the biological sciences. And at the end of year 2, they then have a choice to either choose between biochemistry, microbiology, biotech, neuroscience, or physiology. So after studying for 2 years, it is only at that point that students then decide which area they're going to specialize in. So similarly for the chemistry, at the end of year 1, these students then decide which area they're going to specialize in. So if a student is a little bit uncertain in terms of where or what area of sciences they would like to work in, this is a good degree because you gain 2 years of study, and it's at the end of your year 2 that you then choose your degree option. So in contrast, we would have degrees, for example, like genetics. So year 1, all of these students come and they enter into our genetics degree program. But what they don't realize is that many of these students are actually sitting in the same classroom as these students over here, biological and chemical science students, for the first, second, and third year of their studies. So much of the knowledge and information that the genetic students is learning, so is the biochemistry, microbiology, biotech, neuro, and physiology students gaining that experience. We do have a degree in biomedical sciences, for example, and this is different from the other degrees in that it is an accredited degree program. So only students that do this degree program, they're destined to work in university hospitals as biomedical scientists. So, and we don't take international students into that program. So again, pay attention to the degree programs and different entry requirements, because some may be quite restricted in your future career, whereas others like these would give you a very, very broad range of study and opportunities. So similarly for our computer sciences and some of the other science areas as well, you will see that some of them offer you different career options and career opportunities once you have completed your chosen degree. As I mentioned earlier, Ireland is in a very unique position in Europe. I mean, we are the only English-speaking country which attracts a lot of industry to come and establish facilities here in Ireland. So Ireland is home to 10 of the top global technology companies, 9 of the top software companies, and 8 of the top pharmaceutical companies. We also have the top 4 food companies in Ireland as well. So we have developed very close relationships with many of these industries and with these companies. And many of our undergraduate students complete summer research internships. They complete placements as part of their third-year studies at our university, and these are paid placements in these companies. And of course, these companies become future employees for most of our graduates. And international students can gain a 2-year stay-back visa. So these students are welcome to stay in Ireland and gain experience working for these companies. And then many of them travel across the world using that experience to their liking. So again, we are the European headquarter, of course, to Apple, Facebook, and EMC, and many of these other companies. So our graduates use these companies as a stepping stone to international employment as well. So this is just giving you an example of some of the industries that we have close associations with at our university. So these span the engineering areas, the pharma, finance, computing, food, marine, and energy as well. So again, in the biotech, biopharma area, we have very close links with these companies where all of our students gain valuable experience as undergraduate students and then employment later in life. So about 94% of our undergraduate students all gain employment after they graduate, and then about 95% of our graduates from 2018, this data, gainfully secure employment in many of these industries and in these companies. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that choosing your undergraduate degree doesn't have to be restrictive, but it offers you a global opportunity in terms of securing future employment. So many of our health and life science students go on and secure positions in public health, as pharmacists, either in hospitals, in pharmacy shops, or also in the biotech, biopharmaceutical area. Many of our engineerings work with international world leaders, our microbiologists, our epidemiologists, and biochemists. So again, there's a huge range and choice if you choose to study a life or a health science degree program to become an employee or a professional in any of these chosen areas. So most of our engineering students, for example, some of them will become manufacturing specialists in process and bioprocess chemical engineering. Many of our students, be they biochemists, microbiologists, biotechnicians, many of them will become quality assurance and quality control scientists in companies. They'll become cell biologists, immunologists, and many of our students, when they complete their degree in life sciences, some of them will go on and do postgraduate studies, and many of them may gain employment as genetic counselors or epidemiologists as well. So really, depending on the degree that you're choosing, choose wisely and choose carefully, because there are many, many different careers that are available to you. And at UCC, we offer students the opportunity to choose their life science degree, which offers them a lot of choice in terms of their future job opportunities and employment prospects. So just to give you some examples of the different career paths of some of our graduates. So Daniel was, he actually completed a Bachelor's of Science in Biochemistry. And during his undergraduate studies, he was hired by our school as a lab demonstrator for our undergraduate students. When he completed his bachelor's degree, he then completed a master's in biotechnology. And this is a 12-month master's program where all students must complete at least 6 months in an industry partner. So in Daniel's case, he spent 6 months on campus studying in class, and then he spent 6 months working for BioMarin as a manufacturing scientist. And that experience allowed Daniel to immediately gain employment as an analytical technical specialist in Merck, and he's currently a research scientist in Cambridge in the UK for a company called MedImmune. So again, it just demonstrates how an undergraduate and a postgraduate degree and the importance of the experience that these students are getting in the workplace as undergraduate and postgraduate students leads to gainful employment both in Ireland and abroad. Rebecca was another Bachelor's of Science graduate. Rebecca did a Bachelor of Science in Biochemistry. And in the summer of her third year, she secured an Amgen scholarship. And these are highly competitive scholarship programs offered in Europe each year. They take about 30 students, and they can choose from some of the world's leading research labs across the world to complete a 3-month research project as third-year undergraduate students. So Rebecca did her Amgen scholarship training at the University of Cambridge, after which she came back to Ireland, completed her bachelor's degree, and then secured a master's in biology at the University of Cambridge. And after that, she decided, no, she didn't want a career as a researcher, and then took a position as a patent analyst for a company in the UK. So here she used her scientific knowledge and scientific experience to help this company review scientific discovery and scientific innovation for commercial purposes. After that, she became a production manager at Abcam, again in Cambridge in the United States, or in the United Kingdom. And then she moved into become a marketing manager for the scientific publishers Nature and Nature Research. So again, it shows you how somebody with a Bachelor's of Science degree has moved into an area as a patent analyst for a company, and then into scientific publishing. And then perhaps the most traditional route for some of our students. So here is Shatabdi. Shatabdi is a student from SRM in Chennai in India. She was studying a genetics engineering degree at SRM. And as part of her study, she came to University College Cork and completed a 5-month research project in one of the labs at University College Cork. She then returned to Cork on a scholarship to study for her master's in biotechnology. And then that enabled her to successfully secure a full Government of Ireland research scholarship to complete a 4-year PhD at University College Cork. So her undergraduate degree was in genetic engineering, and she then went on to study and complete a PhD in medicine and health at University College Cork. So it just shows you the diversity of careers that are available to students with health and life science degree programs. So I guess, so what's next for you as undergraduate students? I think it's time for you to sit back and think about what is really important to you. What is it that you want to do, and what are the subjects which you like to study, and what are the potential career opportunities and paths that are available to you when you're studying this. You really need to decide on how is that degree. It's a stepping stone to where you want to go. Do you enjoy problem solving? Do you enjoy working as part of a team, or do you enjoy working on your own? These are all important things which are going to dictate your future careers. Do you like to make a contribution to global problems, for example, like the current COVID-19 pandemic? So many of our researchers and our life science students are currently working in research areas that will have a societal impact, be it in disease management, be it in energy, be it in sustainability, or in healthcare. So again, a career in health and life sciences is very, very adaptable, and you really shouldn't be viewing these as your potential future career. If you become a pharmacist or if you become an engineer, they're very adaptable in the current age and in the modern world. So they offer graduates a diversity of challenging and very, very rewarding career opportunities. So choose wisely in the areas in which you're going to study. So I'm really going to finish my presentation there now. So I think if you are interested in life and health science degrees, I would strongly encourage you to consider Ireland and also University College Cork as an area where we do offer very dynamic degrees, cutting edge, internationally recognized. We offer a range of scholarships to international students to come and study at our university. We pride ourselves on being a university for diversity and inclusion. And all of our students, again, as I said, really do enjoy the campus life and the student experience that we offer. And the attraction to this then as well is there's a lot of international travel, there's a lot of real life world experience in our degree programs. And Ireland also does offer a 2-year stay back visa for all international students that come and study and work in Ireland after they complete their studies. So I'm going to end there, and if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to take questions from you.
Call them. Okay, everybody, let's ask some questions. Vamos lá, pessoal. Kevin is asking, can you explain to me the difference undergraduation and common graduation levels? I didn't understand.
To explain the undergraduate levels?
The difference, what is undergrad and other graduations?
Okay, so an undergraduate degree is, it's usually a 3-year or 4-year of study. So it's typically the bachelor's degree program. So we would refer to it as an undergraduate. So once you finish high school and then you enter college, the first degree that you complete is known as your undergraduate. And then if you go on and do a subsequent degree, be it a master's or a diploma or a PhD, they are called postgraduate degrees.
All right, very good.
Sorry, my dog barking in the background.
We had a dog yesterday.
Oh, very good.
I forgot his name, but come on, you guys, let's ask. Yolanda is saying, good afternoon. I talked to the representative from, oh, sorry, it's not that.
Sorry, I think my colleague just got her internet down. So,
Hi, President.
Yeah, we have a question from Pedro. I'm interested in robotics and technology. Do you think Ireland is a good place to study it?
Yes, it is. So I guess robotics and automation is becoming a very, very dynamic and important area. So I think the areas at our university, again, so one thing which I didn't talk about, I guess, is that we do have some national centers of research. So for example, the Tyndall National Institute is a research institute linked to our university, and they do a lot of work in this area of animation, again, in the fields of artificial intelligence and robotics. Our computer science and our engineering departments do a lot of work in this area as well.
That's perfect. Well, I think that this is it. Thank you, Dr. Justin. It was a real pleasure to have you here. And guys, don't forget to visit the College Card booth at the fair, okay?
Okay, Prezi, thanks very much. Best of luck with the rest of your presentations, and I wish you all well.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Ok, guys, então, mais 10 minutinhos e já estamos de volta, belezinha?
Alrighty, guys, we're back. Estamos de volta. Dessa vez, vamos falar sobre a Campbell River School District. I call on Mercedes.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good, and you?
I'm very good, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. I've had so much fun chatting with all the students that have come into our booth, and they're so curious about study abroad, and it's such a wonderful thing. It's really great.
Oh, that's good. So I'll leave the floor to you, okay?
Okay, great. Well, thanks everyone. I'm so happy to be here today, and I really appreciate you taking the time to come and hear me speak. Can you still hear me okay? Is everything okay? So Campbell River, study abroad. So I just want to say one thing before we get started. Study abroad is probably the best gift you can give yourself. It's such an amazing experience. It will change you. And when you go and make connections with other people in the world, you get to experience a new culture. You respect other people. You build empathy for other people. It really, really is a wonderful experience. So thank you for exploring study abroad. I am just going to start my presentation here, and then we can get going. Okay. So, do you know, first I just want to take a moment and introduce myself so that you understand why I'm giving you the best tips for study abroad. First of all, I'm the manager of an international program on Vancouver Island, Campbell River. I've been working here for 8 years. And if you don't know where Campbell River is, we're on Vancouver Island, which is the furthest west in Canada. We don't typically get snow here on the West Coast, maybe a few days in the winter, but that's about it. So I've been working with this program for 8 years. I'm a former host parent, so I've had international students living with me in my family when my children were younger. I've also been the activity coordinator, so I've helped create some really fun trips for students. That's what we like to do here in Campbell River, is make sure we have some trips and some activities that students can enjoy a couple times a month for just the international students. I've also been the homestay manager. I've helped connect international students and host families. I know what kind of a bond and connection that students and host families can make. I'm still in touch with my own German daughter who was with us 8 years ago now. So I know how important these connections are. I grew up with international students in my home. My family was a host family growing up. I've also lived abroad. I lived in Japan for 2 years. And you can imagine, blonde curly hair, I'm 6 feet tall. I know culture shock. So I know a lot of things that can help you be successful. Okay, you're booked for study abroad. Now what? You already know where you're going. You've applied. Now what do you do? My number one tip for you is to set goals. Set goals, do some research, explore the area that you're moving to before you arrive. So, for example, if you were going to research Campbell River, you would know that we have a local tourist destination called Elk Falls. It's a beautiful waterfall, and lots of people like to go and hike to see the waterfall. And it's one of the first things that we show most newcomers to our community. If you did a bit of research, you'd also know that Campbell River is famous for salmon fishing. In fact, we even have a course at one of our high schools. You can learn how to fish. And if you don't want to go fishing, well, maybe you want to go watch the bears that like to go fishing. When the salmon are coming up the river, they will often be found at the river fishing for salmon. So wherever you're going, make sure you do your research and find out what the location is famous for. My tip number 2, always say yes. You never know what your experience is going to be. So for example, maybe your host family wants to invite you out to do something. Say yes. Maybe you're not so keen on that particular activity, or you already know you don't really like doing that particular thing, but your host family or your friends took the time to welcome you and invite you along. You should say yes. You might be surprised. You might find something new that you like to do in your new location. Mentally prepare. What will you do when times get tough? If you're planning to study abroad for 5 months or 10 months, there are going to be times where something is difficult. Just like in your daily life these days, there's always something that might challenge you or is difficult. It could be as simple as fighting with your siblings or with your parents. But you have some kind of coping strategies right now that you use. Maybe you get exercise, or maybe you just go to your room and listen to music. These are some ideas that you can use when you need to in your new home. When you travel, you should have some ideas of things that make you feel better if you're struggling and having a tough time. Culture shock is good for you. You never know if you're going to experience something new and totally different from what you're used to. Chances are you're going to feel a little bit of culture shock. It won't be the same. You might celebrate Christmas in Brazil, but it won't be the same when you celebrate Christmas in Canada. And every family is a little bit different. So culture shock is good for you. You gain wisdom, you gain confidence, you gain so many things from being in an unfamiliar culture. The other thing you should know that you can do it. It might seem impossible to climb to the top of the rock climbing gym, or it might seem impossible to graduate. You can do it. You can set your mind to it. Our program here in Campbell River is very focused on student supports. We like to support the students, whether it's in homestay and with friendships or with academics. We have lots of student supports. But I know that you can do it. You are more capable than you know. My next advice, tip number 6. Connect with others. Connection is so important. It's so important. So whether you have a chance to connect with another international student from a different country or with other Canadian students, it's so important to connect. You know, I was chatting with a student last year, and she was really good at meeting Canadian students. And I asked her what her strategy was for meeting with other students. And she had this fantastic story. She said that whenever she went into a new classroom, she would sit near somebody that she thought she might want to connect with. And then she would accidentally drop her eraser. And then, of course, Canadians are very polite. The person would pick up the eraser and give it back to her. And then she would start a conversation. So make these connections happen. They can really help you, and you can make these opportunities happen for you. Learn new things. Tip number 7. When you come to Canada, you're going to have an opportunity to learn new things. In fact, if you travel anywhere, you're going to learn new things. It may not be kayaking or on the high ropes course like these students here, but you will have an opportunity to learn new things. Take advantage of that. Say yes and learn new things. It might be playing soccer. You've maybe never played soccer before, but you can join the soccer team. Enjoy the little things. If you're coming for a long-term program like 5 months or 10 months, every day is not an adventure. There will be adventures. I promise there will be adventures. But most days, going to school is routine. You get up, you go to school, you study, you come home, you spend some time with your host family. Enjoy these little things. Maybe it's a hike in the forest. Maybe it's some quality time with your host family. These little experiences help make up the entire experience for you. So enjoy those little things. Take a deep breath. Enjoy the time with your friends. Enjoy the time in class. The everyday little things are very important. Be grateful. You are so fortunate to have this opportunity to study abroad. It's a privilege, and I honestly think it's the best gift you will give yourself. It is also the best thing for our world to have students studying abroad. So please be grateful for this opportunity. I know that you will cherish the connections that you're making. Oh, and my best tip. This is my most favorite tip. Number 10. Be comfortable being uncomfortable. Some days you might feel like you have horns growing out of your head, or you might feel all alone. I guarantee you, sometimes you will be uncomfortable. That's part of study abroad. That's part of the experience. So you have to be comfortable being uncomfortable. I promise you, it's going to be worth it. Study abroad, it will change you. You will find lifelong friends and you will make lifelong connections. It will change you. I wanted to take some time, of course, to answer any questions as well. I hope these tips will help you with your study abroad in the future.
That was excellent, Mercedes.
You're welcome. Thank you. Yeah, if you can't tell, I'm very passionate about study abroad, and I really think it's a wonderful opportunity for students. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that, even about my own experiences.
Let's ask some questions. Vamos lá, pessoal. When you were talking, there was, I really love Canada. It's an amazing country. Now everybody, exactly, I agree.
It's such a big country. Well, Brazil's a very big country as well. And there's so many parts. Companies like Efigie can help you decide where in Canada is the best to go.
Maria, I really wanted to win a scholarship to go to a high school abroad.
Great, yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the comments about the presentation. I hope it helps you wherever you go for study abroad.
Then Brenda is asking, do you have scholarships?
So Campbell River is a public high school. We don't have scholarships. Our fees, though, are pretty low compared to some other locations. So for example, you come here with the tuition and the homestay and the medical, everything included is about $24,500 Canadian. But I'm sorry, as a public school, we don't have scholarships.
Laura is saying, I love the lecture. What happens if I don't get along with my host family?
No, I completely understand. I completely understand. So everywhere is different. I'll just tell you how we do it in Campbell River, okay? So I have a homestay coordinator and she works with every student. Our number one goal is for you to be happy. Your host family is the most important relationship because you see them every single day. If you don't like them and you really don't get along with them, of course, we can change the host family for you. But first, we're going to work with you to find out why, what the problem is, and try to resolve it. And if it doesn't work, if it's not a resolvable situation, of course, we don't want you to be unhappy. No one wants you to be unhappy with your host family.
That's great. And Kevin wants you to present some courses, some different courses, not just basic ones, but what do you offer?
Well, do you know that? So I mentioned in the presentation that you can take a fly fishing course. You can actually take an English class and fishing together and learn to fish and get your English credit. We also have things like robotics and computers and musical theater, drama. We have art classes, cooking classes, pretty much so many electives. One of the really unique classes we have is a marine biology course. You can learn all about the ocean and the life in the ocean. And the thing is that high school is a 5-minute walk from the forest and a 20-minute walk from the beach. So during class, you can walk to get your samples and bring them back to class.
Oh, nice. What to do when you are feeling the fear of a new situation, from Isadora.
Oh, Isadora, absolutely. It can be so overwhelming you. I go back to one of my tips. I promise you can do it. I promise you can do it. I know you can, even though it's a bit scary. Maybe even getting on the airplane is going to be scary. But there's always someone you can ask for help. I promise. Everywhere, even in Canada, even on the street. No matter what, there's always someone who can help you. So in the airport, at the school, your host family, there's always someone to help you. So take a deep breath and then ask someone for help. We're here to help you.
Yes, support is everything. All right, let's see. Whoa, lots. Was the best presentation till now.
Wow, Laura, thank you so much for your compliments. I hope it helps you. And then law class in Campbell River. So I can't speak about law class being validated in Brazil. We do have law classes, though. We have social justice and law classes, and then we'd have to look very specifically if it's validated. I haven't had any trouble with validating courses for Brazil in the past, but I can't speak specifically to the law course. I'm pretty sure it would be validated, but we'd have to look at it closely.
And Isabella, how do I enter school? A little bit about the application process.
So we actually have a very flexible application process. If you're just coming for a 5-month or 10-month experience, you know, we're very flexible. I have ESL classes if you need English. You don't have to worry about your language level. It's no problem. You have to just work with someone like Efigie to help you with the applications and the paperwork. And then I find you a homestay and I register you at classes. If you're coming for graduation, you do need 2 or 3 years to get a BC graduation. There's quite a lot of requirements for graduation. And if you have a low level of English, I recommend 3 years so that we can build your English up so you can graduate with English 12.
All right, perfect. And another here from David. Are there summer programs?
Sorry, not for Campbell River, which is too bad because we are summer vacation paradise. One of the reasons I moved here is because we used to come here every summer for vacation, but no, I'm sorry. We spend so much time with our students in the school year that we need our summer to prepare for the new group of students coming.
It's great to know about the weather.
It is great.
All right. Oh, one here from Telegram. 1 second. Maria. Oh, it's not showing her question.
Oh, yes, Pedro, we do have robotics as well. We actually have at both high schools robotics. And actually, my husband is at one of a high school. So we have 2 high schools in Campbell River. And my husband is a teacher at one of them. He teaches science, physics, and robotics at one of them. But both the high schools do have robotics courses. And then there's a ton of computer and technology courses like video game design and digital media design, video production. There's quite a few technology courses as well.
She's asking about theater, if there's something arts.
Oh yes, arts. We have ceramics and pottery and painting and digital art. So lots of like fine arts classes as well. In Canada, we really believe in a very like more than just academics. For graduation, you have to have academic and electives. We want you to have lots of exposure to many different things here.
Oh, Myra just asked the same thing.
About that program of art. Yes, both our schools have art. Art's a very important thing here. Absolutely. Art is very good for the local culture and everything. So we do have art.
Are there any classes in French from Luigi?
Oui, Luigi, on parle en français ici. Yes, we have French classes at both the schools. I have basic French at one of the high schools, and then I have French immersion, which is a higher level French at the other high school. So depending on your level, we could do French at either school.
Right. From Telegram, how many schools do you offer?
We have 17 schools, but only 2 high schools, and we're grades 9 to grade 12. So we take students who are 14 to 17, 18 years old. So the 2 high schools, and they each have about 900 students, but not very many international students. Last year was our biggest year. And so out of 900 students, only 30 were international students. So you have a big chance to meet other students here.
Yeah.
And I see Isabella is asking about medicine and biology. So we don't have classes that are specifically medicine to study for a doctor, because that's what we would do in our bachelor's at university. But I do have biology classes. That's a standard high school graduation class, and both of our high schools would have biology. And then the one high school also offers marine biology as an extra biology class, if that interests you.
Yes, being classes in Italian.
Sorry, no Italian here. Spanish. We do have Spanish classes, but not Italian. And we do have lots of sports classes, lots of sports teams, soccer, basketball, volleyball, lots of sports for our students as well, if you prefer to play sports.
And Maria, do you have dance?
So not at the schools, but we do have 3 dance studios in town. Dance is a very, very, very important activity here. A lot of kids dance, and we have all kinds of dance, hip hop or classical. One of my daughter's dances as well. Yes. So lots of opportunities to dance here, but it would be through a community program, not the school. Thanks, Isabella. Great comment.
There's some coming up.
You guys are all so kind with your comments.
Yeah.
Hi, Laura. Thank you. Hi, Maria. 14. That's okay. 14 years old is okay for traveling. That's about grade 9 here. Oh, Luigi, great question. Sorry, I'm watching the comments. Great question.
Yeah.
How did COVID affect the high school? So right now we are back to school. It feels pretty normal. I don't know if you follow Vancouver Island. So we're a very, very big island, but only about less than 1 million people. So COVID has not affected us very much. I think right now there's maybe 10 cases of COVID on the island. And so we have regular school. But the students are taking 1 class at a time, so they can keep the group of 30 students together for the class. So the teacher and the students, it's about 24 or 28 students. And so they do 1 class for 5 weeks, and then they do another class for 5 weeks. So that's how they're doing it this year. My kids are playing activities, soccer, dance, everything. It sort of feels a little bit normal, but it's a little bit different. And hopefully new normal. And hopefully next year we can get back to regular classes where you have 4 classes every day. But yeah, it's been It's been, it was really quiet last spring, of course, when we didn't have school and only online. But now we're back to school, and I think they're going to try and keep school going no matter what, because that's what's best for students.
All right. And from Kaiki, when can I apply?
You can apply anytime. So when students come, I recommend they come in September because that's when the largest number of our students come. So we do, okay, in normal times, we do a big orientation. I don't know what next September looks like. We might have to do online orientation, but it's when everyone is starting school. So you start at the same time. But we also take students in January for the start of second semester. So that is also a possibility. But September is usually sort of like summer weather here. So it's a really nice time to arrive in Campbell River. Maria, jazz dance is no problem. We have my daughter jazz dance as well. So we have that's a common one. And as for instruments and music classes, yes, we have band at both schools. So that's like a music, we don't have music class per se, but we do have the instruments and they play in a band at both high schools. There's jazz band and regular concert band. And then for one of the high schools, sometimes it's called pit band, and they play live music for the musical theater group. So whatever production they have for musical theater, they have a live band.
There's more coming up here.
Goodness. Do I have dorms? No, we only use homestay families. For improving your English, I think it is the best way to improve your English is to have you speaking in English with your host family every day. And then for me, because I'm looking after somebody else's children, I feel better knowing that a host family is looking after you, because that means there's a parent who's watching over you all the time and making sure that you're well supported. So that's important for me. And I think for your parents as well, they want to know that there's somebody watching over for you all the time. How many teachers do we have? That's a good question. That's a really good question. So if a high school has 900 students, I'm going to guess there's about 50 teachers in that school, about maybe 40 or 50 teachers in a school. And then of course, we have 17 schools in total. They're not quite that big, but we do have lots of teachers. Thanks, Mayara.
Do you have soccer?
Absolutely. So I'm really excited to tell you about this. So Cary High Secondary, one of our high schools, they actually have both their boys and girls soccer team. Both of them have won the Vancouver Island Championships for the last 2 years. They're very competitive soccer teams. We have a fantastic soccer program, and we also have a soccer academy, which means you're playing soccer every day. They practice every day in one of your classes. So if you're looking for soccer, we also have recreational soccer. If you just want to play relaxed soccer, that's okay too. We have a recreational club as well.
Let's see here, the other one. And now they want to talk about sports. Basketball.
Yeah, so basketball,
Just
we also have
all the sports that you have.
Yeah, all the sports. Okay, so the most popular ones are volleyball, basketball, and soccer. But we also have ice hockey and baseball. And we have academies for those 5 sports. But out in the community, there's lots of martial arts as well. And you can play volleyball all year round. It's in the fall, we play at school. In the wintertime, it's club volleyball. And in the spring, it's beach volleyball. Spring and summer is beach volleyball season. Oh, that's awesome. And soccer, yes. Yeah, we.
Oh,
no test.
I think there's
no test.
Yeah, test. Yeah.
Yeah, no test, Pedro, to enter. There's no minimum requirement for me. I believe everyone deserves a chance to study abroad.
All right, Mercedes, thank you very much for being here.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Bye, everyone.
Everybody loved it. Bye-bye. Okay, you guys, 10 minutes. Hello, you guys. We're back. Okay, so now we're going to learn a little bit about University of Toronto with Sage.
Hi, everyone.
Hi,
Hola
Sage. How are
todos.
you?
Good. Very good. Thank you so much for having me today.
Of course, it's an honor. All right, so the floor is yours, okay?
Thank you so much. Hola a todos. Obrigada por estar aquí hoje. So, unfortunately, that's all the Portuguese I know how to speak. So, the presentation will be in English today. I know all of you have been going through a lot of these presentations, and you might be a little bit virtually fatigued. So my goal today is to tell you all about Canada's #1 university in as short of a time period as possible. So I hope you enjoy it. Now, there's a lot about the University of Toronto that's great, but hopefully after today's presentation, you will walk away with 3 different points. The first point is that the University of Toronto is Canada's #1 research university. We are ranked #1 in Canada. We are very, very well known for research, and we are currently ranked number 18 in the world. Fun fact, we have never dropped past top 25, so this is a great university to be in where your degree will be recognized all over the world. The second great part about U of T is that we are a network of unique communities in the heart of one of the most dynamic regions in the world. So when we talk about dynamic, ultimately we mean global. We're extremely international. We're considered one of the world's best places to live. Toronto is very, very diverse as well. We actually speak, just to give you an illustration, we speak over 160 different languages in Toronto. So walking down the street, yes, you hear English, you'll hear French, you'll hear Portuguese, you'll hear Spanish, Italian, Japanese, Korean, all of that. And you will pick that up from different people you meet. You pick up different cultures. One of my favorite things is that you will never ever feel homesick because of food when you are in Toronto. You can go to a different restaurant every single day, check out a different cuisine, and never even be done with it. I've been in Toronto most of my life, and I'm still always discovering new things to eat, new things to experience. So we are very excited to have you with us as well. Now, the University of Toronto, like its namesake, is located in the heart of downtown Toronto. We were established in 1827, which currently makes us almost 200 years old. And in the last 200 years, we've not only propelled ourselves to be #1 in Canada, we are also now Canada's largest university. We have 3 campuses, all 3 campuses put together. We have over 90,000 students. We're pretty big, and we're pretty much like a small city on our own. But the great part about this, again, and just like Toronto, we're extremely international. 25% of our students are from over 150 different countries and regions, and we all speak different languages. We connect with each other's cultures, and it's a really fantastic place to live and learn. Now, I mentioned earlier, we have 3 different campuses. I'm going to introduce them to you very, very quickly so you have a taste of what they're like. Now, one thing I do want to emphasize is regardless of which campus you go to, you will graduate with the exact same University of Toronto degree. The quality of education is exactly the same on all 3 campuses, and it's very, very high ranked. However, in terms of the differences, the campus locations are different. So their physical location is different. Their sizes are different. And then the programs that they offer are different. So the St. George campus is our founding campus located in the heart of downtown Toronto. Mississauga is located about 30 minutes to the west of Toronto, and Scarborough is located about 30 minutes to the east of downtown Toronto. So their locations are different. In terms of student numbers, St. George is the largest in terms of student number. We have about 35,000 undergraduate students on the St. George campus. Mississauga and Scarborough are slightly smaller. They're what we call mid-sized campuses. So Mississauga has around 15,000 students, and Scarborough has around 14,000 students. And last but not least, our programs are slightly different on the campuses, but I'll get to that in a little bit. Now, when you are applying to U of T, you're not only choosing your campus, but you will also be joining what we call a learning community, your major academic community. We have 5 major academic communities. These are the big umbrellas under which every single program falls under. We have arts, business and science, engineering, architecture and visual studies, kinesiology, as well as music. Now, I'm going to focus a little bit on our arts, business, and science because all 3 campuses offer arts, business, and science programs. All universities all programs at Mississauga and Scarborough are arts, business, and science. And if you want to do arts, business, and science at the St. George campus, you will be applying to the Faculty of Arts and Science. Now, the Faculty of Arts and Science at the St. George campus is very large. We are the largest faculty of its kind in North America altogether. We have about 27,000 students in this one faculty alone. So when you apply to the St. George Faculty of Arts and Science, you will also then have to drill down even further and apply to a college. So there are 7 colleges under the Faculty of Arts and Science. They have absolutely nothing to do with what you are studying. There are students in every single field in every single college. However, the difference between the college is you'll notice on this slide, they all look different. They were built at different times. They have different histories. They're located on different points on campus. And also, their residences are different. So my suggestion is later on, if you are interested in learning more about this, come into our booth, chat with myself, my colleagues Nao and Mario who are with me today, and then you can learn a little bit more about the colleges, do a bit of research, and then choose the colleges that you feel most comfortable in. Your college will be kind of like your homeroom. So this is where your home base will be. You will go out every single day to go to your classes, but at the end of the day, you always come home to your college, and this is where your community is. This is where we will give you all your student support, okay? Now, we also know that this year is a very, very unique year. Everyone in the world, including students like yourselves, have been impacted by COVID-19. And we're here to reassure you that we know that certain exams might be canceled. Your school might change their grading scale or even the structure of how your academic year is going because of COVID. And that's okay. We are here to support you every single step of the way. In fact, the University of Toronto wants to reassure all the students applying this year that you will be in no way disadvantaged when you are applying if there are any changes. So make sure to connect with us, make sure to contact us, see what's going on, and we will be happy to work with you throughout your application. Now, also, because COVID-19 is consistently changing, there are always updates. What the University of Toronto has done is we've collected all the updates that we're doing, as well as how we're responding to COVID. And we've put it all on one handy website that you see here called U Together 2020. So take a note of this website, keep checking it out. And that's where we will be posting news about how our classes are being run, what the residents' updates are, so on and so forth. Okay? Now, the third takeaway point I hope everyone will take away today is that University of Toronto students can mix and match programs and experiences to build your own personalized degree. No 2 students at U of T will have the exact same experience, and that's super exciting. This is in part due to the wide range of different programs that we offer. We actually offer over 700 different undergraduate program areas. That translates to over 10,000 different courses you can take at U of T. I can guarantee you, this is one promise I absolutely can make, you can come to U of T, study here for the rest of your life, and never make a dent in that. So that just shows you how much choice you have, and you can really, really explore your interests, mix and match different things, and come out with a degree that fits you and who you are and what your interests are. So I know it sounds a little overwhelming. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to break it down a little bit more just for you. So like I mentioned earlier, we offer arts, business, and science programs on all 3 campuses. Arts programs, we have general programs such as English, languages such as history, geography, so on and so forth. Those are offered on all 3 campuses. And like I mentioned earlier, the quality of education is the same on all 3 campuses. So if your program of interest is offered on all 3 campuses, my suggestion to you is apply to all 3 campuses. It maximizes the chances of you getting into U of T and pursuing that subject. However, certain programs are only offered on certain campuses. For example, if you are interested in communications, culture, and information technology, we call it CCIT for short, that is only located on our Mississauga campus. You cannot find it at Scarborough or St. George. Similarly, if you want to do arts management, that is only located on our Scarborough campus. You cannot find it at St. George or Mississauga. If you want to learn international languages, if you want to pick up Japanese, Korean, Italian, German, any sort of international language, we offer over 50 different languages on the St. George downtown campus. You cannot find them Mississauga, Scarborough. So later on, if you are interested, come by our booth, download the International Undergraduate Admissions Bulletin. This is our digital brochure that gives you a full picture of all the different programs offered on our campuses. And my suggestion to you is download that brochure. Grab a highlighter, digital or physical, and then highlight the programs you're interested in. If the program you want is only located on one campus, apply directly to that campus. If the program that you want is available on all three campuses, apply to all three. Now, if you are interested in business, Toronto is literally one of the best places you can be in order to pursue business. So Toronto as a city, we are Canada's financial capital. In fact, it makes up about 20% of Canada's GDP, worth billions of dollars. So as a student pursuing business, you will have access to all these different resources. We are the third largest financial district in all of North America. So you will have access to Fortune 500 companies, internships, externships, networking opportunities that all of our business programs do offer our students. So very great way to kind of get your feet wet and get into the industry. Same thing with science. So like I mentioned earlier, U of T is Canada's #1 research university. In fact, just to give you a fun fact, we produce more research than any other public university in North America. We are #1 in terms of sheer amount of research that we do. And this directly impacts your studies if you're interested in science. So for example, if you want to do research, if you want to do, mental health studies, psychology, human biology, all of those, you can do research as early as your second year and gain access to that. So very, very exciting. Take advantage of it. Now, if you're interested in engineering, engineering is only located on our St. George downtown campus. So if you want engineering, you have to apply to St. George. We are the largest and highest ranked faculty of engineering in Canada. You have a lot of choice as well. So we have Core 8, which are the 8 major streams of engineering that you apply to directly out of high school. This includes chemical engineering, civil engineering, computer engineering, electrical engineering, industrial engineering, material engineering, mechanical engineering, as well as mineral engineering. So lots of choice. Now you can apply to one of those streams directly out of high school. However, we know that there are some students who might not know at this point, and that's okay. We do have an undeclared engineering stream called Track 1. So if you don't know what you want to study, you can apply to the Track 1 engineering stream. And when you get in your first year, you will test everything out. Try all of the Core 8 out, see what you like. And at the end of your first year, you then decide which one you want to go into and continue your second, third, and fourth year. Last but not least, we also have our engineering science program. So this is an enriched engineering program where you will spend your first 2 years in high-level multidisciplinary engineering studies. And at the end of your second year, once you've built that really, really strong engineering foundation, you will then branch off into different engineering majors, such as biomedical systems engineering. If you want to go into aerospace, if you want to do space travel, if you want to help design the next SpaceX, for example, that is a great way to go. If you want to do robotics, if you want to do machine intelligence and AI, all of that falls under engineering science. So again, lots of choice, very, very exciting. Also only located on our St. George campus are our other professional faculties, including architecture and visual studies, kinesiology, which is the study of human motion, as well as physical education, and our faculty of music. So these 3 faculties are the smallest faculties at U of T, but what they do offer is a very, very tight-knit community. You will also have access to specific career-driven courses, such as in architecture, you will have access to design studio. For kinesiology, Kinesiology, you will take what you are learning in the classroom and apply it to field studies. Music, you will have one-on-one time with your professor where they will give you personalized feedback for your performance, for your instrument. So again, very personalized experience, only located on the St. George campus. Now, of course, there's a reason why U of T is also ranked #1 in Canada. We know that we are very strong at academics, but we also know that our students are looking forward. Your goal is to successfully graduate, take this great degree, and pursue all of these amazing opportunities in the future. And we know that during university, you will need to build experience. You will need a CV, resume, all that experience to supplement everything that you're doing. So we actually start providing all these opportunities for you starting in your first year. We are very career-oriented. So as you can see on the left-hand side there, we offer co-op, professional experience year co-op, where you will get paid internships, paid work experience. We have research opportunities for a large number of our programs where you can start research in your second year, internships, externships. So starting as early as the summer of your first year, you can start working at U of T and outside of campus as well, and really build that experience. We have an amazing system called the Co-Curricular and Career Learning Network. So what that is, it's the CLNX. At any given time, we have over 13,000 different jobs posted, and it's only available to our students in our network. So you will have direct access to that. We also have global learning. Obviously, there's learning more than just through work. We have over 140 different international institutions where you can do exchanges starting in your second year. So if you want to go home to Brazil, yes, absolutely. You can go to Japan, you can go to Korea, you can go to the US, you can go to Italy or Spain. So really take advantage of those different opportunities. We also have hundreds of different student clubs and ways for you to get involved outside of the classroom as well. So for those of you that are interested in applying for U of T right now, those of you that are in your final year of high school, I am going to go over the application process. If those of you that are not yet in high school, this is a great resource and reference to have because our system hasn't really changed, at least in the last decade I've been with U of T. So this is a great resource. Applying to U of T is very straightforward. It is just a two-step system. The first step, submit your application. We use something called the OUAC, Ontario University Application Center. That is just a registration form. It is very, very quick. I guarantee you, it'll take maybe 15, 20 minutes maximum. So the earlier you submit that, the better it is for you. When you are filling out the OUAC, you will be asked your name, your contact information, what universities you want to apply to, what programs you want to apply to. Do you want residence, yes or no? Done. That's it. If you are applying to U of T, you will have a maximum of 3 program choices. You'll see this slide right here. There are 7 different bubbles that are highlighted. You can apply to 1 program under each bubble for a maximum of 3 choices. So to give you an example, let's just say you want to apply for computer science. You can apply to computer science under the Faculty of Arts and Science, computer science under our Mississauga campus, as well as computer science under our Scarborough campus. 3 program choices, 1 program choice under each highlighted bubble. We will consider all 3 choices at the same time when we are reviewing your application, and you might even get offers for all 3. Then you have a choice. Where do you want to go, right? You can also mix and match different faculties. Let's just say you are interested in applying for engineering. That takes up 1 spot, but you still have 2 spots left. You can apply for the Faculty of Music as well as a program at our University of Toronto Scarborough. Same thing, 3 programs, 1 program under each highlighted bubble. We consider all 3 at the same time. You might even get offers for all 3 programs at the same time, and then you will have a choice on where to go. The only thing to note, this is very important, you can only apply to 1 program under each highlighted bubble. So, for example, under the Faculty of Arts and Science, there are actually 6 major streams. There's humanities, social science, life sciences, physical and mathematical sciences, Rotman Commerce, and computer science. You can only choose one of the 6 major streams to apply to. If you apply to life science, you cannot apply for Rotman Commerce at the same time. Okay, so hopefully that clarifies that step. Once you complete this, you send this out, hooray. Within 1 to 2 weeks, U of T will send you an email saying, thank you so much for applying to U of T. These are your next steps. This is the main point. You want to gain access to the second step, join U of T as soon as possible, because all the action, everything that we're reviewing takes place in Join U of T. So when you first log into Join U of T, you will be asked to self-identify what high school system you are part of. If you are taking the Brazilian national system, you will select Brazil. If you are taking the IB system, you will select International Baccalaureate, so on and so forth. Based on what you select, there will automatically be a document list that is generated, and all you have to do is collect those documents, scan them, upload them, and then you're done. It's literally that simple. Now, some of your programs, for example, if you are part of a program that requires standardized testing, official test scores must be sent from the testing center directly to the University of Toronto. But other than that, everything else, scanned and uploaded. Now, make sure to check your application status and email at least once a week, just so you have updates. We will connect with you and communicate with you directly through Join and through email, because we are entirely paperless now, trying to do our part and, you know, being a little bit more sustainable and environmentally friendly. But make sure to check your application status at least once a week, and also apply to residence through Join U of T. It's always suggested apply for residence first. You can always give that space up later, but we do have a first-year undergraduate residence guarantee. Now, some of our programs will require a supplementary application. If the program you are applying to does require a supplementary application, it will show up directly in your Join account as part of the document list. If the program you're applying to does not need a supplementary application, that link will not appear, and all you have to do is follow that list, scan your documents, and upload them. It's that simple. All the programs requiring supplementary applications are listed on this slide right here. So take a look at the slide. I'm going to bring your attention to two areas, Rotman Commerce and Engineering. So these two programs, the supplementary application is timed. There is also a written component and a video component. So make sure that you are prepared for the video component. It's automatically generated questions. I'm not sure what the question is, but treat it a little bit like an interview. So make sure you're not wearing your pajamas. Make sure you're looking proper for the camera. And also talk to mom and dad, because there are some cases where we have seen a student talking, answering the question, and mom and dad come in from behind and saying, dinner time. And we don't want that, okay? So just be very, very careful, read through the instructions, and make sure to complete the supplementary application if it is required. Now, we also will need proof of English language facility. This to us is just a checkbox. So once you have the score, we will never look at it again. It doesn't matter if you have an even higher English proficiency score. So generally, we will see students do either IELTS, and the requirement that we have for IELTS is 6.5, no band lower than 6. For TOEFL, we need 122 on writing. And given this year's situation, we are accepting the TOEFL at-home test. Duolingo, 120, also a new addition to this year's English facility requirements. And you will see for IB and our A-levels, our requirements there as well. Now, if your English proficiency doesn't meet direct admission requirements, that's okay. All three of our campuses have conditional acceptance language programs. Mississauga and Scarborough will automatically consider you for conditional acceptance if your language doesn't meet direct admission requirements. However, if you are interested in St. George, you must apply for the IFP if your English doesn't meet direct admission requirements. Our suggestion is apply to IFP and direct admission at the same time. Now, for IFP, we're looking at IELTS 5.0 to 6.5, no band lower than 5, with writing 5.5, TOEFL 63 and above, 16 on writing, and for Duolingo, we need 90 and above. All right, so just to go over our timeline a little bit, if you have not yet applied and you would like to, if you are currently in your final year of high school, please do so as soon as possible. We recommend all students apply on the OUAC before November 7th and submit all of your documents before November 15th. There's a reason for this. This is our recommended early application deadline. If you meet these deadlines, we will guarantee that we will consider you for the first round of admission taking place in mid-December. If you aren't admitted during that round, nothing will happen. We will automatically move you to the second round in January, and then you will have more time to provide more documents. If you don't get in January, we will move you to February, so on and so forth. So when you do apply early, it gives you more time to be considered for the University of Toronto and continue to be considered. So it's a really, really great timeline. Apply as soon as possible, provide all your documents as soon as possible. Now, one thing to note, and I know that this does get a little confusing sometimes, we are a Canadian university. So for the University of Toronto, none of our offers are binding. All of our offers are conditional. So because we are deciding based on incomplete information you're giving us, it is all conditional. Choice is yours. Okay. So in terms of requirements, Brazil, again, very, very straightforward. We're just looking for your most up-to-date high school transcript, including any courses you're currently taking in your final year of high school and any interim scores if you have them available. We will need prerequisite courses for certain programs. So later on, when you come by our booth, you can download our undergraduate admissions bulletin, which will list all the different programs. Next to each program, there will be listed mandatory prerequisite courses. So those courses have to be presented in your third year of Ensino Medio. So that's your final year of high school. It has to have that prerequisite course. And it will be different for every single program. So I'm unfortunately unable to list out all 700 of them. You will also be expected to complete your certificado, as well as provide either the ENEM or vestibular. And one thing to note, this is very, very important. We are a Canadian university. Please do not provide reference letters or personal statements. We do not need them. We do not want them. So please don't provide any documents we don't ask you for. We are focusing on your grades. The higher your academic performance, the more competitive of an applicant you will be. So really easy. Counselors and teachers love it. It's great. Now, if you are enrolled in an IB high school, it will be slightly different. So we are looking for students enrolled in the IB diploma program, and you must have at least English, SL, or HL. Now, we do not look at TOK or EE, so everything will be calculated out of 42. And the minimum predicted score we're looking for is at least 28, but 28 is very, very low, as you can imagine. Generally, our competitive applicants provide at least, I would say, mid-30s and above. And for our more competitive programs, such as engineering, computer science, Rotman Commerce, our students are providing high 30s, low 40s. Prerequisite courses must be presented at the SL or HL level. And if anything that you're applying to, like STEM, like engineering, anything business related, if it mentions M, so a calculus prerequisite, you can satisfy that using mathematics applications HL, analysis, SL, or HL. And again, please do not provide any reference letters or personal statements. I do want to make a comment. So in the past, we found that if students ignored that comment and still provided us reference letters or personal statements, it doesn't help you at all. The only thing that will happen is it will extend the amount of time it takes to review your application by at least 4 to 6 weeks. So that doesn't help you at all. Just stick to what we want on the document list, provide those, and you're good. Now, last but not least, if you are enrolled in a U.S. high school system in Brazil, very straightforward. Again, we are looking for a high school transcript, including any current courses you're currently enrolled in and interim courses and grades if they are available. Predicted scores for any AP courses you currently have in progress. Now, in the past, we have always asked for SAT and ACT, SAT or ACT, plus at least 2 AP or SAT 2 courses. This year, because of COVID, we're making this test optional. If you have scores, you can provide them. If you don't, that's okay. And same thing, Please do not provide reference letters or personal statements.
Great.
Thank you.
We're about time.
Okay, sure, absolutely. So do you mind if I just really,
Sorry.
really briefly mention scholarships?
Yes.
So for scholarships, all students are automatically assessed, and you can check out our scholarships on this website here. And if you are applying, again, apply early, check your emails, and continue to work hard. We also have programs for students that are not currently in grade 12 right now. So check out our booth, learn more about it. And that kind of concludes the presentation. Thank you so much.
Yay, Sage. Thank you very much. Everybody loved it.
Thank you, Carolina.
Later you'll see the comments. So everybody go to Sage's booths, okay? University of Toronto. Thank
Amazing.
you, Sage.
Thank you, Carolina. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye. All right, everybody. 10 minutes break. Hello, guys. Welcome back. Efigie Talks is doing good. Success. So we're going to continue with Lincoln Academy, and I call on Hillary.
Hello, everyone. How are you? Good afternoon. My name is Hillary Peterson. I'm the Associate Director of Admissions at Lincoln Academy. And we are a small high school on the coast of Maine, which is far to the northeast of the United States. So I'm just going to start the presentation with some pictures because it really helps people to see where we are and what it might feel like to come to a high school on the east coast of the United States. Here we are. So this is Lincoln Academy. This is the whole campus. Unlike some high schools, we are spread out a bit, and we have many different buildings.
Sorry, Hillary, you have to enable the screen share again.
Oh, that's it. Thank you. Sorry. We'll get it now. Thank you, Presley. How's that?
Yeah, it's working right now.
Got it? Okay. Sorry about the blip, everybody. Okay, so here we are on campus. It's fall. It's actually really what it looks like right now with the leaves falling and turning orange. It's very beautiful. Lincoln Academy is an old school. It was founded 220 years ago in 1801. And this little building in the center is the original school, and it was founded to serve the people who lived in those communities. Mostly those people were headed off to college at Bowdoin College. Over the years, it became the high school for every local student, but it's still run independently. We serve 500-day students, and we are located on the coast of Maine. So here's a picture of the northeast of the United States. The nearest airport to us is Portland. It's about an hour away. And then Boston, which I know you all know, is about 2.5 to 3 hours away along the coast. Beautiful drive down there. So you can fly into either airport, and Lincoln Academy will pick you up and bring you to school. We have, like I said, a campus environment. We have about 520 day students this year and about 25 boarding students. Because we serve so many students on the coast of Maine, and we have a huge range of courses. We have more than 140 or about 140 courses in all disciplines and at all levels. So there's something for everybody. And students, we encourage them to find and follow their passion. We have a small community. The towns around us are very small, with about 2,000 people in each town. The kids who come to our school come from 20 main towns all around us, but also from 15 different countries. So our international program is quite broad. We have 18 AP courses and, entrepreneurial studies, and we have a large collection of STEM courses in a dedicated technology center. We also have award-winning theater, math, and debate teams, and over 40 clubs and sports teams. We have 5 bands, 3 of which are jazz bands at different levels, and we have 2 performing choirs. So I'm going to come back here and introduce you. I'm going to stop sharing my screen here and introduce you to our first speaker, Ken Stevenson.
Hello, everybody.
And how are you?
Good.
Is broadcasting from home. Ken was part of the very beginning of our boarding program. What was it, like 7 years ago? 8?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. So 7 years ago, Ken built our boarding program and turned it into, you know, one of, if not the best boarding program in the state of Maine. We really are proud of our boarding program and how we support our students and how they learn and grow over the years. And part of the reason that we wanted to talk to you all was because we understand that there's a question for students of whether they should live with families or whether they should board in a dorm, and what the difference between those two experiences are like. Sometimes you would think it would feel safer and cozy to live with a family and make those connections, and it definitely is. But we also want to talk about the dorm experience and really just kind of give you a broad selection of experiences with both types of programming. So Ken will talk to you about boarding.
Okay, thank you, Hillary, and hello, everybody. It's really a thrill to be speaking to students and parents and counselors in Brazil. I have a very, very fond spot for Brazil as I traveled there during college, and it's just a fantastic country. And so welcome to all of you. Thank you for making the time to be here. I wanted to start a little bit with what our mission was when we started the boarding program. And a very quick background, I had been running the boarding program at a very traditional college prep school in New Jersey, in the United States, just outside of New York City. And it was actually the school that I went to, and my dad went there. And it was a great school, but it was fairly limited. It was a very conservative place. And so when it became known to me that Lincoln Academy was building a boarding program, I was very excited. I'd always wanted to build a residential program with international students and domestic students in Mid-Coast Maine, where we're located. I've had family ties here since the 1940s, and it is just one of the most beautiful places in the world. And it's also one of the most warmest and most authentic communities. So the opportunity to build a boarding program at a school, at a great school located in such an ideal setting, was really compelling and attractive. So that was the major kind of organizing principle, if you will, was that we were really about building a boarding program deeply embedded in a great school in a lovely, lovely community. So part of what I wanted to talk about is a little bit about the difference between a homestay experience, living with a family, and living in the dormitory. But before I do that, I also wanted to talk about the similarities between them. Because one of the things that we experience here, and is true for boarding schools and for being far from home, is that it is an opportunity to learn so much about yourself. And when you leave your home and you leave your own culture, that can be a little bit challenging for sure. I did the same thing when I left the hometown I grew up in, when I went to Brown University in Rhode Island. That was a big change for me. And then also I studied in Scotland. And as I mentioned, I traveled extensively throughout Brazil. And one of the things that I learned very powerfully is you learn a lot about yourself when you move someplace else. You also learn a tremendous amount about the culture that you came from. And to me, that's one of the most powerful pieces about going to school internationally, is that you learn both about yourself and about challenges and overcoming them. And you also learn a lot about the culture that you're immersed in, but you learn a tremendous amount about the culture that you came from. And to me, that's always been a really wonderful part of the boarding school experience. Also, at a place like Lincoln, you learn a lot about people from different cultures. So as Ms. Peterson mentioned, we have over 15 or 18 countries here in the dorms and in our program. And that's a very powerful experience, because as I recently had a conversation with a parent of a day student, he was telling me that his daughter now wants to study international marketing because she has friends all over the world, in Dubai and in Spain and in Brazil. And so that's also a really powerful experience. Wanted to talk a little bit about the difference between living with a family and living in a dorm. And I think really at the bottom line on that is that when you live with a family, you become very connected to the daily rhythms and routines of that particular family. So we'll talk a little bit later with a student who had that homestay experience, and she really became a powerful, powerful presence and connection with that family. And one of the things that is remarkable as we developed the homestay program is just the caliber of the people that wanted to welcome people into their homes. And my wife and I, we had been foster parents at one point in our past, and just the amount of just the quality of the people that are willing to welcome you into their home. And here at Lincoln, those homes and those families are very connected to the local community. So there are two themes that I'm going to come back to a couple of times throughout this. One is just the quality of the people that live here, here in the area around Lincoln Academy, and the authentic sense of community. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. But one other thing that I think is really vital for parents and for students and thinking about is an international experience appropriate for me, is that I've witnessed and been part of a remarkable growth in students. And I think a lot of that here at Lincoln is because we take really seriously the opportunity to encourage students to try things. The very traditional college prep school that I came from, it was a little bit risky to try something that you weren't great at because it was so hyper competitive about everything. And one of the things I really love about Lincoln is that we take seriously part of our mission is that you grow by trying things, and you don't have to be an expert at things. In fact, nobody's an expert at something when they first start it. So we really encourage students to try things. And there are many examples of that, whether that has to do with the extracurriculars, as Ms. Peterson mentioned, theater and the music programs, sports. We have students who try sports for the first time, which I think is a really powerful experience for them. And then also academically. One of the things that I love about Lincoln is that we had this wonderful bridge between, we are an over 200-year-old school with great depth in core academics, English, history, science, all of those things, math, those things that matter so much. But we also have some very innovative programs. So Ms. Peterson mentioned our technology center. And in that building, we have students who are working in a wood shop for the first time, in their lives, building furniture, building cabinets. We have students we have a full metal shop. And so we have students who are welding things, who would never have welded anything before they came to Lincoln. We have, in that same program, we have very advanced computer science and robotics programs. So we have this very nice bridge between traditional and 21st century cutting edge. And at the same time, we have an environment where we really encourage students to try things, because we think that's a very important part of learning and of growth. One of the things I really love is that I get to teach some very fun classes. I teach psychology. I also teach a course called Business and Personal Finance. So that's kind of nitty-gritty bank accounts and checking accounts and investments. I also get to teach a class on leading in the 21st century. And we have a very robust entrepreneurialism program, because before I got into academics, I worked in the business world for a couple of decades. And so that idea of helping students start small businesses and try that and see what that's like is built into the fabric of the school. So what else did so the other thing that I want to say about Lincoln Academy in particular is we have become such an integral part of the community. And when I say we, I really mean not just the school, but the residential program and the homestay program. So as an example, here in small town Maine, we have this very unusual festival called Pumpkin Fest. And you might not know what a pumpkin is, but if you think about Halloween and the traditions here in the US, a pumpkin is a very large orange, I can't remember if it's a fruit or a vegetable, but I think it's a vegetable. So it's very large and orange. And here in the US around Halloween, we typically carve them up and we put candles in front of them. Well, our town has a huge festival called Pumpkin Fest, where our town of 2,500 people has about 10,000 visitors over the course of that weekend. And part of what has been so remarkable is that the residential program, the international students, began really being involved in Pumpkin Fest. And the town was very welcoming and very supportive of that. And as an example of the level of interaction, now the town really counts on the international students to be a big presence at Pumpkin Fest. So they run carnivals and they run booths for young people and do face painting and a whole bunch of things. But that level of relationship, that level of connection has really blossomed into the point where the town really counts on and looks for those international students to participate. One of the other things that I'll mention is that for a long time, I've been the varsity boys soccer coach here, football to you, I understand. And I will tell you, and this, hopefully you'll appreciate this, that I put in place a very possession-oriented system because I think of the game as the beautiful game. And in the beginning, fans didn't really understand and they didn't really appreciate it. But just as a small example, now they understand and they really appreciate that we play very attractive football. We play very attractive football here. And I think that's a really small but interesting indication of how we, the international program, because we have lots of international students playing, we've really influenced the culture of the local community. So the last thing that I'll say, and then I'll introduce, hopefully somebody will introduce Beatrice and we'll have a chat. To go back to hello, hi B.
Hi.
To go back to the quality of the people, the faculty here at Lincoln, one of the things that is just happened today, Lauren Crosby, who's going to be talking to you in a few minutes, she is a Fulbright Scholarship Award winner. And as part of that, there was a celebration this morning where Ms. Crosby actually was performing a song, because she's also a singer-songwriter, and she was performing a song for all of the Fulbright for this organization. And she sent out an invitation to let the faculty know. And lots of people, lots of faculty, including myself, showed up on a Saturday morning on a Zoom call to listen to her play her music, which I thought was just a really interesting example of just the incredible quality of the people that are here. So with that, I'm going to say hi to B again, because I haven't seen you in a really long time. So B, I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions, and as you will take it wherever you want to go with it. So my first question is sort of what was it like, if this was a long time ago for you, but what was it like, if you remember, when you first showed up at Lincoln? What did that feel like for you?
So before going to Lincoln, of course, I went to my homestay and then I met my host family. And I was really impressed with like the size of the town and how like huge Lincoln was, and that Lincoln was actually there. And, you know, the whole town saw that place and knew everybody that was there. So that sense of that the town kind of runs around the school and then everyone's working together in the same community. I think that was a big like idea.
And so then you sort of went from your homestay family, and as you began classes, what was the academic experience like for you?
So at the beginning, I was really scared, you know, starting like speaking a second language, and it was really challenging. And suddenly you begin to be part of a routine and a place and a country that you're not used to it. So classes for me in the first year were really hard. I remember like the first 2 weeks, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so tired. I don't know if I can do this. But I actually, you know what, by the end of my senior year, I was taking AP classes. I got it. So I improved so much in my academics.
So that doesn't surprise me. Just so everybody knows, I was also B's advisor. And one of the things that Lincoln, I'm really proud of, that Lincoln, I think, does a fantastic job of, is we meet with our advisees every day. And that becomes a little family within the greater school community. And that's a very powerful experience. And we stay with our advisees through the whole 4 years. So we see them when they first come in, and then we actually go to graduate. We hand them their diplomas at graduation. So I'm getting a message that I'm going a little bit long. So no surprise for those who know me. So B, tell us a little bit about your extracurricular activities, because I know you don't like to brag, but you really threw yourself into extracurriculars. So tell us a little bit about that, please.
So first, I began everything with athletics. My host sister, she played soccer. And then in like a month, I was the manager of the girls' soccer team. And I actually made like my best friends there. And then after that, I became soccer for basketball and girls' tennis. And then I don't know how it happened, but I became, you know, the first student body president. That was international, and my sister was also the student body president before me, so it was really fun to hold that place in our kind of family. And I think that's really important to say. I think that goes with the extracurricular. I made a new family at Lincoln, and not just at Lincoln Academy students and faculty. Like, I had so much support for everything that I wanted to do. You know, even if it was just like managing a sport team or being part of a club or actually becoming the student body president, I had support from every single person in that community, like from students, faculty, like every single one. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that, because I think it's really important that, as an indication of how embedded the residential students are into the life of the school, it's a pretty big deal when you have an international student who becomes the student body president, and that was a matter of election. So that was a democratic choice. Everybody saw, wow, here's a student who has really thrown herself into the experience and has a lot to bring to bear to help the school as a whole continue to thrive. So I don't have any. I guess my last question would be for you, and then I will be quiet. What would you say was the biggest surprise that you had in your whole experience? What would you say was the biggest surprise for you at Lincoln?
I kind of said that on my last answer, but I suffered an accident on my senior year, and I stayed out for like almost 7 weeks. And that was the beginning of senior year. I was in the beginning of my presidency, and it was just like so many things going on. I was also applying for college. It was a whole lot going on at the moment, and the support that the community had, I was like really impressed by that. I had friends like coming to my house every day after school. I had teachers emailing me like, here's the work, like, you do what you can. We are gonna help you. You have tutor questions if you need. My guidance counselor, also like constantly checking with me. My host family, I like to say now that they are actually my second family. Like my host mom, I am like completely passionate about her. So the support, and I think just speaking a little bit like from Brazil, we live in a huge community. We live in a huge country. And sometimes we don't have that sense of community. We don't have that sense of support. The education system in Brazil, we have something called vestibular. It's kind of like an SAT that we need to determine score to pass college. And a lot of times we see that as a huge competition. And at Lincoln, at that community, yes, we have competition. Competition's good. But we also learn to support others, no matter like what your success is. So it was great. It was really, really strong. It's a great community, and it's something that really I learn things every day that I'm going to take for the rest of my life, no matter where I go.
Wow. Well, I can't add anything to that. So thank you. It was really good to see you. And I'll turn it over to Lauren Crosby.
Yay! Okay, hello everybody. My name is Lauren Crosby. I teach English as a second language at Lincoln Academy, and I have been for the last 2 years now. So I'm going to just talk a little bit today about how before I came to Lincoln Academy, I am a lifelong traveler, and so I've had a lot of travel experiences outside of the United States. But a little background, I'm from the state of Maine, and so I feel deeply rooted to the coast. And so I graduated from the University of Maine at Farmington, which is a teaching college, actually. And from there, I went and I did my student teaching at an American international school in Daegu, South Korea. And so when I was living in South Korea, I was acting as a boarding student, even though I was doing my teaching there because I was living in the dorms. So I got to have this really unique experience as a teacher living with the boarding students. And I loved it. And it was a great learning experience for me. But I left Daegu, South Korea, and I actually took a teaching job teaching English as a second language in a Yupik Eskimo village on the Bering Sea in Alaska. Stayed there for a while, had almost a homestay experience, and then received a Fulbright fellowship to teach English and music actually in a really rural village in Tungsuliam, Sukhothai, Thailand. So I lived there for about 13 months and then came back to the coast of Maine because I wanted to be with my family and got this job teaching at Lincoln Academy. And I can say I love it. And I love being on the coast of Maine, and I love that I still get this opportunity to interact with international students from all over the world. So it's been a really special journey so far. So a little bit about traveling and why I think it's super important and how it has become a part of my personality. Your mind gets opened in so many different ways. I feel like when one travels. And so I will forever be somebody who, motivates and encourages students to travel, because regardless of what you do and regardless of where you go, you're going to be pushed outside of your comfort zone. And one of the things I love about working with the international students is I get to see where their comfort zone ends and I get to watch them grow. And especially because I teach English as a second language, not only do I get to see them grow as people, but I get to see their English fluency rise. And the last 2 years doing that has been a blast. One of my favorite memories about Beatrice is when I don't know if you caught that, but she became the student body president for her class, which was huge. And she had to give a speech in front of the school, there's a little over 500 kids who attend Lincoln Academy, and she had to give a speech in front of all of them. And I remember her coming into my classroom all nervous, and we went over the speech. It felt like almost hundreds of times, right, to get her English fluency down. And she did amazing. And that is one of the beautiful parts of the English as a second language program at Lincoln Academy. We really are a family. So even though you have all the students live in the dorms, we have this sense of community, not only at the dorms, but at school as well. And I really try to foster that and integrate students in the boarding program into the community. One of my favorite projects that we did last year, we took all of my English class, which is unique because not only do I have students from Brazil, I have students from Cambodia, students from China, students from Hungary, students from Kazakhstan, all in one class. And and we actually went into a local elementary school in Georgetown, Maine, which is about 45 minutes from Lincoln Academy. And it's the elementary school I graduated from. And we went and we shared cultural projects where the students wrote about their cultures, and we got to go into Georgetown, and the kids loved it. In Georgetown, she was able to understand a little bit of Russian. She was able to say "Привет." It was very cute. But stuff like that is what makes Lincoln Academy special. I am going to invite. I want to make sure that we're staying on time here, and it's 1:30, I believe. So I'm going to invite Bia and Luana onto the screens. Because I want to ask them some questions about their dorm life at Lincoln Academy and how they felt about it, the activities. So let me double check, make sure you guys are on here. Yay! Via.
Hi. Hi. Fine.
Fine, yes?
Yeah.
And you? Oh, it's great to see you. I miss you both.
Yeah, we miss you too.
Oh, I have a couple questions for you today about dorm life at Lincoln Academy. So the first question is, let me look at my little notes here. What was your favorite part about living in the dorms at Lincoln Academy?
Oh, I think my favorite part is to share, because we live with kids all over the world. So we have the opportunity to know the culture of different countries and also share a little bit of our culture. So we've made brigadeiros to them and also introduced a little bit of our carnaval. So I think it's one of the most special things of the dorms.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think one thing helped so much us in the beginning is have these friends we made in the beginning, and when we really go for the school, we have kind of the first friends, and after we can be more comfortable with the others.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did you feel about living in Newcastle, Maine, or Damascotta, Maine? What did you feel about? Did you like the town?
Yeah, it was completely different because we are from São Paulo, that has around 15 million inhabitants. So yeah, it was completely new for us. But also I could finally know the meaning of community, because everybody knows everybody and they share this energy, and I'm a dreamer, so I loved like walking downtown, and I felt like I was in a movie, so it was like yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty different. You live in a big downtown and a small downtown, but it's pretty cool, and the sense of the community, it's pretty different and really good.
Yeah. How did you feel about like the shops and downtown? Was there a specific shop or restaurant that you loved going to?
Oh yeah, Fernald's became my favorite spot for sure.
Yeah.
And when I need some time for myself, I just go there and drink a coffee, and I felt so like it's a so cozy space, and every spot became so meaningful, and yeah, so
I like it so much, the $1 because everything is $1 and we can buy a lot of things with $1.
Yes, I also love the Dollar Tree. That's so funny. How did you feel about the like the dining commons on campus? Did you like the dining commons and being able to eat with your friends all the time?
Yeah, I like so much the food for the dinner. It's so good. And I think it with the friends every night, you feel more in a community, more in a group. And I think, yeah, it's this.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they made food from all the countries too, like dumplings. We also learned how to make dumplings, so it was funny. And yeah, what she said, like sitting around the table with everybody makes feel like a family, having dinner together, and the food was awesome too.
Yeah, I think the food at Lincoln Academy is really great. It's delicious.
Yeah.
So in the dorms, every weekend the dorm program has activities for you to do, right? And so those were some pretty cool activities that went on. What were some of your favorite activities?
My favorite, it was go to ski because we went there. It was winter and it was snow, and most of the weekends we go to snowball.
Yeah.
It's so cool, and I love snowboard, and every time I can, I went there.
Yeah, that's right, because the Camden Snow Bowl that you're talking about is only probably only 25 minutes from Lincoln Academy, right? That little the little you could snowboard all the time. Yes, very good.
There was so many different, and like it was so funny. I love when I go karting, like in Portland, and also we do things for us like funny activities, but I went volunteer, so it's also like this kind of activities for everybody.
Yeah, that's the fun thing, right? Because if I remember if the kids wanted to do something, so say both of you are artistic, right? You're both amazing.
Yeah.
You both are very good at painting and drawing, right? We could as a dorm community, we could have trips to like museums or have trips to do a paint night, stuff like that. Because the teachers, what's also cool about that is the teachers also help every weekend. So you get to see your teachers in a different setting than just at Lincoln, like at school, you know? You get to build these nice relationships with teachers outside of school, which makes it, I don't know, how do you guys feel about that? Your teachers at Lincoln Academy and the staff in the dorms? Or is everyone pretty nice, or?
Yeah.
Yes.
I felt like hugged by everyone. It was like they making sure that we are part of the family, a part of the community. So it was like really special. Like a lot of teachers are also dorm parents, students from United States, also students from the boarding program. So we had the opportunity to connect with everybody, and I felt like a hug from everybody.
Yeah.
And I feel so comfortable and I love it so much, everybody.
Yeah.
And I think when I feel something strange or something like that, everybody comes to talk with me. Oh, are you good? Or you need something in the beginning for sure. Oh, you know what you're doing, you need some help, and we are here for everything. And it's a big support.
Yeah. Well, I know that we miss you guys tons. We miss you a ton. And Luana, I still have the painting with me. It is in my classroom. It's framed. It's one of my favorite things. Yes. And your mural that you had up on the in Hall House that stayed up through the whole entire quarantine. We never took it down. That's my favorite. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for speaking today. I don't have any other questions, but if you have any more comments that you'd like to make about the boarding program or your experience, please feel free. Any other last things that you would like to say?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to thank everybody, and it was one of the greatest and most incredible experience I had in my life, and just thank everybody.
Yeah, me too. I'm so thankful for everybody, and even we just be there for a short time, I feel like I was a part of this big family.
We miss you a lot. And so you'll have to come up to Maine sometime.
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to Brazil. So I'll let you know when. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Yeah, so I think, I don't know if I direct this back to Hillary or Ken, but I think
It's me.
Wrap up my deal.
Hi, Lauren. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you asked all the best questions, you and Ken. And thank you so much to Bia and Luana and Beatrice. It's like you say, we miss them. We miss them a ton. And they're just lovely, lovely presences in the school, in the dorm. And we were so lucky to have them come when they did. So, and I can wrap things up a little bit, and then we can take questions. So I'm going to share my screen one more time. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
Oop. No. Done. I got to figure this out. Okay. So just to conclude, if you are interested in having an experience like Bia, Luana, and Beatrice, we have full year opportunities for students to attend. School starts in late August and ends in June, but we can also accept students for half year. In our dorm, which is pictured in the center of this picture, we have 5 dorm families who live on campus. And as they said, I'm glad she asked, but as they said, the food is delicious. I don't even live on campus and I stay for dinner. And the families who live on campus are almost all teachers, but they also have students and children of their own that hang out with our dorm students. And so there's lots of American students around to make friends with and hang out with. When you live in the dorm, most everything that's fun happens on campus. So students participate in sports, on teams, in clubs, in theater programs, and during study halls and on the weekends, if you need support with studying academics, again, a lot of the dorm parents are teachers and can support you as you learn and grow and learn English and take on those challenging courses. Again, they talked about wonderful weekend activities like skiing and just crazy stuff like paintball, but also the movies, you know, in case you are missing the movies or the mall, we do that too. And to conclude, please contact us. We do have financial aid available for students. You only need to apply and talk to our director of admissions, and then there's a financial aid application that you can fill out. And really, the best place to go first is www.lincolnacademy.org. I'm actually going to escape out of here and show you our website very quickly. You go to admissions and apply to LA, and it is free. So aside from the time that it takes for you to apply, all you have to do is create a login and fill out the application, and you can certainly apply to Lincoln Academy. And I will actually get the application, and I'm going to stop screen sharing, and I will see your name and let me know, put a note in and say you saw us at the Efigie Fair, and I will connect you with Mr. Tan, who is our director of admissions. Lucien Tan, our director, is actually traveling down in Brazil right now, but he's actually traveling, so he couldn't be here this afternoon. So, but that is pretty much the conclusion of our presentation. It's a lovely community of students, and you know, it's a great town to come and live in, and a great community to be a part of, and kids learn and grow a ton when they come here. I'm happy to take any questions.
That was awesome, everybody. Alrighty, guys, so questions, please. Let's see, interaction. We do have some comments that I don't know if you saw.
Yeah. So I can see, let's see. Oh, I love the comments so much. Yes, we had a great time with the girls, and I'm glad that you got to hear about their experiences. We don't have summer programs, partially due to COVID and partially just because we start school in late August, and we are building the ideas of summer programs, and eventually in a couple of years we probably will have STEM programs for students, and we'll actually incorporate day students with international students so that we can teach them and give everyone a dorm experience for a couple of weeks. But this summer it probably won't happen, so I'm glad you asked.
Yeah. All right, and I think it's the last question, is application open?
Yes, applications are open, and the sooner you apply, the better. Again, the application process isn't certainly not like applying to a college. You do need to fill out the online application, and you do need to submit your grade reports. We call them transcripts, and teacher recommendations. So there's some legwork there. There's some work on your part to collect that information for us. If you have a passport, send us a copy. So there's some paperwork. And if you're interested in financial aid, we do offer financial aid depending on what you qualify for based on the information that you send to us in an application. We are able to offer significant financial aid. So it just depends on the application and need. It's not a merit scholarship. So anyway, our applications are open all the time. So you can apply anytime. If you change your mind in the middle of the summer and you really want to come to Lincoln Academy, you can apply in the middle of the summer. We love to have you apply sooner so that you have more opportunity for financial aid.
Yeah, for sure. Incredible. Thanks for the lecture.
Great.
All right, Hillary. Thank you very much for participating.
Thank you very much, Carolina, for hosting. Thank you again.
For everyone.
Yeah, Sophia and Luana, Beatrice, and Ken and Lauren. I really appreciate you coming.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
See you soon. All right, you guys. So now we have Education in Ireland with Sarah.
Hello. Boa tarde.
Oi, Sara.
Tudo bom, Carol?
Tudo bem, e você?
Tudo ótimo, tudo ótimo. Um grande prazer, uma grande honra estar aqui com vocês. Uma feira maravilhosa, eu conversei com muitos alunos, e eu tenho muita coisa que eu quero contar para vocês agora também.
Bora lá.
Ok, deixa eu ver se eu consigo compartilhar minha tela aqui. Só um momento. Ok, dá para ver?
Sim.
Dá para ver, Carol?
Sim. Já está funcionando, Sarah.
Ok, Presley. Posso ir, então?
À vontade.
Ok. Então, olha, eu vou falar em português. Eu sou Sara, eu sou irlandesa, estou morando aqui no Brasil faz mais de 10 anos. Ainda tenho um sotaque bem esquisito e muitos erros, mas eu coloquei todas as slides em inglês, porque isso ajuda vocês. Eu sei que muitos de vocês já falam inglês fluente, eu já conversei com vocês e quero parabenizar todo mundo com quem eu falei em inglês, mas vamos seguindo. Eu chamei essa palestra Seu Passaporte para um Futuro Brilhante, porque a gente, na Irlanda, a gente tem muita oportunidade para alunos brasileiros, tá? Começando, como eu falei, eu sou Sara, eu sou irlandesa, eu cresci na Irlanda na década 80. Na década 80, a Irlanda era um país muito pobre, não tinha oportunidade, não tinha quase nada, e todos nossos jovens tinham muito desemprego, todos nossos jovens tinham que sair do país em procura de emprego, não tinha nada na Irlanda. O governo começou a investir muito na educação nas últimas décadas, e hoje em dia temos um dos melhores sistemas educacionais no mundo. Mas antes de entrar nesse conteúdo, eu quero compartilhar com vocês o que eu fiz na faculdade. Eu comecei, quando eu tinha, os últimos dias durante a feira, eu conversei com alunos que têm 14 anos, que têm 15 anos. Quando eu tinha 14, 15 anos, 16 anos, eu não tinha a mínima ideia o que eu quis fazer na faculdade. Eu escolhi primeiro ciências exatas, porque eu tinha uma irmã que fez, tinha um irmão também que fez. Quando eu comecei a faculdade em ciências exatas, eu vi que não era minha cara. Eu tinha escolhido porque outras pessoas da minha família também tinham escolhido. Depois eu saí, eu voltei ano seguinte e eu fiz uma graduação em Applied Social Studies. Eu quero falar isso porque na Irlanda, você tem muitos cursos. Se você não tem a ideia, você não tem certeza o que você quer ser como adulto, o que você quer estudar, tem muita opção de construir o seu próprio curso. Eu fiz esse curso de graduação, Applied Social Studies. Nesse curso, eu consegui estudar psicologia, comunicação, economia, política. Era bem, bem interessante. E essa abriu uma leque, assim, depois eu posso mandar meu currículo para vocês, eu já trabalhei em muitos tipos de situação com essa graduação. Eu não tinha a ideia o que eu quis ser quando adulto. Nunca imaginei que eu estaria aqui no Brasil representando o meu governo nesse emprego que eu estou fazendo agora. Eu tenho muito prazer nesse trabalho que eu estou fazendo agora, porque eu sei, escolhendo Irlanda e pensando sobre Irlanda, vai abrir muitas e muitas oportunidades para vocês. Aqui na feira, nós temos 8 faculdades na Irlanda, 8 universidades. Eu represento mais de 30, tem outros que não estão aqui presentes na feira. Mas vamos indo. E nosso papel, eu trabalho com o governo da Irlanda, nosso papel é a promoção de ensino superior na Irlanda em outros mercados. Então, eu estou aqui porque eu quis morar no Brasil. Eu cheguei no Brasil sem emprego, sem contato, não sei o quê. Eu acabei construindo esse emprego. Então, eu estou falando isso porque uma educação da Irlanda abriu muitas possibilidades para vocês, não só na Irlanda, mas no mundo inteiro. Indo lá, por que estudar na Irlanda? Nós temos um dos melhores sistemas educacionais no mundo. A gente fica no top 10, no top 10 do mundo. As pessoas chamam os irlandeses os brasileiros da Europa, porque somos muito... as pessoas são muito friendly, não estou lembrando como se fala isso em português, mas as pessoas estão muito abertas, vai te ajudar. Quando você está na faculdade, você vai ver que a sala de aula é muito pequena. Uma coisa que é diferente do sistema do Brasil, no sistema do Brasil tem muito foco em carga horária, tem muito foco nas horas que você fica com sua bundinha na cadeira, estudando e ouvindo o que o professor está falando. Na Irlanda, a gente passa muita responsabilidade para a sua própria aprendizagem para vocês. Você vai fazer muito trabalho em grupo, você vai sempre estar simulando a indústria, simulando o mundo real, fazendo estágio. Muitos dos nossos alunos já têm oferta de emprego quando eles terminam um curso. A gente também, nas universidades na Irlanda, a gente tem muita ligação com a indústria. Então, as faculdades, as universidades da Irlanda estão sempre falando com as empresas para ver o que é que eles estão querendo, quais as capacidades que eles querem nos graduados. Por isso, as grandes empresas... a gente está nos tops de vários rankings pela empregabilidade das nossas graduadas, que eu vou tocar nesse assunto também um pouco mais tarde. Se tem algum mãe ou pai que está assistindo essa palestra, Irlanda é um país super, super seguro para seu filho estudar, eu moro aqui no Rio de Janeiro, minha filha tem 14 anos, e infelizmente a gente lida com coisas, com operações policiais, com notícias de tiroteios, notícias de balas perdidas, esse tipo de coisa. Isso não existe na Irlanda, não existe. A própria polícia na Irlanda não tem arma. Então, um lugar super, super tranquilo, super familiar para estudar. Eu vou beber uma água porque estou um pouco nervosa aqui. Quando a gente fala de custo-benefício, se você olha quanto custa para estudar na Irlanda, você vai ver que às vezes é mais barato do que uma faculdade em São Paulo, uma faculdade particular em São Paulo. Mas o benefício, saindo da faculdade na Irlanda, você vai ganhar um dos salários mais altos da Europa. O único país que tem salário mais alto do que a gente é Luxemburgo. Entendeu? Então, você pode pensar numa carreira garantida na Irlanda. Enquanto estudando, a gente vai te dar permissão de trabalhar part-time durante o ano letivo e full-time durante as férias. Então, você paga suas contas, passa um final de semana em Paris, em Barcelona, alguma coisa assim. Indo lá, a gente fala inglês. Inglês não é nossa língua natal, nossa língua natal é gaélico, que a gente chama de Irish na língua inglesa, ou Gaeilge na língua irlandesa mesmo. Mas não se importa, seria muito interessante aprender algumas frases na nossa língua. Por exemplo, meu nome em inglês é Sarah, meu nome em irlandês é Sarika. Mas todo mundo fala inglês e todas as aulas vão ser em inglês também. Além de poder trabalhar enquanto estudando, quando você termina seu curso de graduação, a gente vai te dar um visto de 1 ano para ficar no país e procura trabalho na sua área. Você conseguindo trabalho na sua área, você pede um outro tipo de visto e você pode ficar o tempo que se quiser. Você chegando a trabalhar 5 anos seguintes, pagando impostos integrais, você pode pedir naturalização. O fato, a gente tem mais de 30 faculdades na Irlanda, 8 aqui na feira com a gente essa final de semana. Essas faculdades, essas universidades, eles estão graduando milhares e milhares de jovens todo ano, mas ainda a gente tem muita falta de mão de obra qualificada, quer dizer, tem muita oportunidade na Irlanda. Nas áreas de engenharia, nas áreas de arquitetura, nas áreas de enfermagem, muitas áreas. Depois eu posso até mandar o link para vocês estudar quais são as áreas que a Irlanda está em procura de mão de obra qualificada. Tem muita oportunidade na Irlanda. Só brevemente, como é que a gente transformou nossa sociedade? Eu cresci na década de 80, como eu falei. Eu tenho 8 irmãos, eu trabalhei todo verão, a gente foi para a casinha do meu pai, eu trabalhei 10 horas por dia no terreno, uma coisa muito manual, tenho coluna ruim até agora por conta disso. Mas a Irlanda, nosso governo, independente da política, o partido político que estava dirigindo o país, eles investiram muito na educação e a gente conseguiu mudar completamente nosso papel. A Irlanda, que era um país que manda todos os jovens para fora, a gente agora está recebendo muitos jovens, muitos trabalhadores, muitos alunos estrangeiros, tem espaço para todo mundo e tem muito emprego. Como é que a gente conseguiu ter um dos melhores sistemas educacionais no mundo? O treinamento dos nossos professores está muito bom mesmo. O diário escolar é muito mais longo do que aqui no Brasil, é tempo integral para todo mundo. Educação gratuita, primária, secundária, que tem seu fundamental, ensino médio, gratuito. A maioria das irlandesas não pagam para a educação. A partir da década de 90, ensino superior virou gratuito também para as irlandesas. Então, hoje em dia, a gente tem uma população super qualificada. Enquanto na década de 80, quando os irlandeses estavam saindo da Irlanda, e na década de 70 também, indo para Estados Unidos, por exemplo, construindo todos esses grandes prédios que a gente vê nas cidades americanas, eles aceitaram qualquer miséria de salário, porque quando a gente não tinha qualificação, a gente tinha que aceitar salários assim, mão de obra escrava mesmo que a gente fez. Hoje em dia, não. Hoje em dia, estamos super qualificados e a gente exige salários bem altos mesmo. Nosso estilo de vida mudou completamente, nossa sociedade mudou completamente. Então, eu não tenho nenhuma dúvida. Eu estou aqui no Brasil há muitos anos. Eu tenho nenhuma dúvida que a solução para qualquer sociedade é a educação. Infelizmente, a gente tem vários problemas aqui no sistema educacional. Então, educação no exterior é seu passaporte para um futuro diferente. Vai lá, passa o resto da sua vida lá se quiser. Seria muito interessante, vai lá, passa um tempo estudando e depois volta para o Brasil e vamos começar a fazer as mudanças que o Brasil está exigindo. 100% de nossas crianças estão na escola. 93% das adolescentes vai terminando pelo menos o ensino médio. E quando você olha a nossa população entre 25 anos de idade e 35 anos de idade, mais de 50% deles têm pelo menos uma graduação. Então, dá para ver que nós temos uma sociedade bem qualificada mesmo. E olha, essa foto que está ali na esquerda, essa é lá no terreno do meu pai. Tá vendo essa coisa marrom? Essa é turf. Essa que a gente produz lá. Eu tirei essa foto durante o lockdown esse ano. Meu pai ainda trabalha nessa área. Mas hoje em dia a Irlanda tem essas coisas mais tradicionais, mas temos uma sociedade super moderna. Nos últimos 5 anos, a Irlanda é um país que está crescendo mais rápido da Europa. Somos um 10º país mais inovador da Europa. A gente quer atingir o número 1. A gente tem muito estímulo que o governo está fazendo, ajudando empresas, transformando a sociedade. Recentemente foi lançado orçamento, um valor que o governo está investindo nas universidades para preparar a mão de obra na Irlanda para o futuro das necessidades da indústria. Eles estão investindo nos próximos 5 anos, estão investindo um valor de 200 milhões de euros, quer dizer, 1,3 bilhões de reais em 5 anos. Esse é só um projeto, tem outros projetos também. Todas as nossas universidades, um ranqueamento que foi publicado em julho, que chama-se QS, todas as nossas universidades estão no top 4% do mundo. E também os jovens, como a gente tem oportunidade, para jovem que não tem certeza, mas gosta de humanos, por exemplo, você pode criar seu próprio curso. Tem dom na área de ciência, você pode criar seu próprio curso. Mesma coisa em engenharia. Então, por isso, a gente está número 1 na Europa em termos de completar a universidade. Se, por exemplo, alguém começa no primeiro ano na universidade, que nem que eu fiz, eu comecei com ciência, não era para mim, aí eu podia fazer outro tipo de curso. Então, a gente dá muito apoio aos alunos quando a gente percebe que estão perdidos, uma coisa, a gente dá muito apoio para eles, de repente, escolher outro curso, fazer outra coisa, sabe? Tem muito apoio. O que você pode estudar na Irlanda? Eu vou só beber um pouco mais água. Tem muitas opções. Aqui na feira eu encontrei alunos querendo fazer teatro, querendo fazer educação, biotecnologia, medicina. Tem muita opção. Muitas das nossas faculdades oferecem um team program, 15 dias, normalmente em julho. É uma boa oportunidade para você ir e ver como é que está, a sua cidade, ver se você gosta, e ver como é que está a vida universitária. Também você precisa aprimorar seu inglês, você pode fazer curso de inglês antes de ingressar na universidade. Pode fazer esse curso de inglês dentro da universidade, também pode fazer uma escola fora da universidade. Eu super recomendo. Às vezes, os cursos de inglês dentro das universidades são um pouco mais caros do que as outros tipos de escolas, mas esse porque você tem acesso a toda a infraestrutura da universidade. Então, é bem interessante pensar nesse tipo de investimento, porque você vai aprimorar a língua muito mais rápido do que nos outros estilos de escola, que tem muito mais passeio cultural, esse tipo de coisa. Várias das nossas faculdades, não todas elas, mas várias delas vão exigir uma coisa chamada Foundation Year, Foundation Program. Essa é tipo um ano zero antes de começar na sua jornada acadêmica de ensino superior, uma preparação acadêmica. A gente vê nas pesquisas que os alunos que têm feito esse Foundation Program, eles têm notas muito melhores quando eles seguem para as faculdades também. Uma outra opção que a gente oferece é uma coisa chamada Study Abroad. Você poderia estar estudando aqui no Brasil, dentro de uma faculdade, você pode trancar seu curso, vem passar um semestre com a gente, vem passar 2 semestres com a gente, e depois volta, termina sua graduação aqui no Brasil. Isso, voltando, desculpa, essa que eu falei no início, lembra que dá para construir, nas universidades, dá para construir o seu próprio curso. Eles têm um leque de opções, liberal arts, artes liberais, você pode escolher entre comunicação, psicologia, economia, política, história, geografia, várias, e você mesmo dirige o tipo de curso que você quer, o tipo de graduação que você quer, pode provar todos. Nas primeiras semanas, depois você vê, realmente eu gosto disso, realmente eu achei que eu ia gostar, mas eu não gostei. Aí você desistir daquele conteúdo e escolhe outra matéria. É bem interessante para quem não tem certeza. Uma dica, jovens que estão assistindo, se tem 14 anos, tem 15 anos, 13 anos, e não sabe o que você quer fazer, ou qual emprego você quer ocupar quando você é adulto, não se preocupe, segue seu coração, pense quais matérias você acha mais interessantes. Você gosta de gaming? Eu conversei com alguém hoje que estava procurando de desenvolvimento de games. Sua mãe e seu pai podem falar que essa não é carreira, mas é carreira sim, é carreira bem remunerada, inclusive. Então, ao invés de pensar o que você quer ter como carreira, não dá para saber ainda. Segue as matérias que você mais gosta, que você tem dom. Porque, assim, o mundo de trabalho mudou muito nos últimos anos, essa pandemia vai mudar mais ainda. Então, pessoas felizes e inteligentes que estão fazendo matéria que gostam, que vai ter mais sucesso na vida, sem dúvida. Na minha época, as universidades não eram tão chiques assim, mas hoje em dia as universidades são maravilhosas, maravilhosas. Muitos deles têm piscina tamanho olímpica, os alunos internacionais têm acesso a toda a academia dentro da universidade, tem laboratórios, assim, super modernos, com todo o equipamento. Uma coisa que ajudou a Irlanda também no nosso desenvolvimento, na nossa transformação social e econômica foi quando a gente entrou na União Europeia. Nossas vizinhas, Inglaterra, Reino Unido, eles estão querendo sair, eles estão saindo agora da União Europeia. A Irlanda jamais vai sair da União Europeia, porque essa foi uma coisa que ajudou a gente muito em termos de infraestrutura, nossas estradas, os equipamentos, os laboratórios nas universidades. A gente fica muito feliz dentro da Europa, ajuda a gente na nossa transformação. As universidades são quase cidades. Você tem acomodação dentro do campus, você tem restaurantes, você tem bares, tem cinema às vezes, tem teatro, tem médico, tem farmácia, tem banco. É bem interessante. Tem tudo que você precisa. E normalmente, Irlanda sendo um país pequeno, as cidades são pequenas, normalmente uma dica também, quando você chega na Irlanda, compra uma bicicleta porque você vai fazer tudo de bicicleta, da universidade para a cidade. Às vezes a universidade está dentro da cidade, às vezes é 10 minutos, 15 minutos de bicicleta, mas dá para andar, não tem muito ladeira, é bem plano e bem agradável. A gente ganha muito prêmios sobre nossos apoios aos alunos internacionais. A gente entende, a gente tem muita experiência, décadas de experiência de receber alunos internacionais. A gente entende que as pessoas estão saindo de culturas diferentes, climas diferentes, crenças diferentes. Então, as universidades, as faculdades, os institutos de tecnologia, eles oferecem muito apoio para você se sentir em casa. A gente quer alunos felizes. A gente não necessariamente quer aluno que vai ficar na biblioteca, que vai estudar 24 horas por dia. Não faça isso. Tem tempo para estudar, tem tempo para brincar, tem tempo para dançar, tem tempo para fazer amizades. É muito, muito importante. Nessa feira de Efigie, a gente fala muito de soft skills, que é muito importante. Nosso sistema educacional, a gente entende que aluno que está feliz, que tem amizades, que tem apoio social, ele vai ter melhor em termos de solução de problemas, de pensamento crítico, todas essas capacidades que são necessárias para o futuro que a gente, esse futuro que a gente está entrando. Bom, dentro das universidades também, a gente entende também, você vai para a faculdade porque você quer eventualmente entrar no mundo de trabalho. A gente tem essa parceria, esse casamento que eu falei entre as universidades e a indústria. A gente também tem as escritórios de carreira, que vai fazer vários workshops com você para desenhar seu currículo. A gente chama empresas para fazer entrevistas com vocês. Muitos dos nossos alunos já têm oferta de emprego antes de terminar a graduação. Eles fazem estágio durante a graduação, as empresas, não, fica, nem volta para a universidade, volta, termina seu curso, e depois entra no emprego. Mas a gente vê que os alunos, especificamente os brasileiros, eu vou falar um exemplo, que eu falei na abertura também, se alguém estava assistindo a abertura. Durante o programa Ciências Sem Fronteiras, a gente, na Irlanda, nossas faculdades, receberam mais de 3.000 alunos brasileiros, tudo pago pelo governo federal do Brasil. Parte desse programa, eles tinham a opção de fazer um estágio industrial. Quando a gente colocou os brasileiros dentro da indústria na Irlanda, principalmente nas áreas de TI, nas áreas de computação, que são áreas muito, muito fortes na Irlanda, as empresas enlouqueceram, porque tem uma alma de criatividade, de inovação que o brasileiro tem, aquele jeitinho brasileiro que quer dizer para mim criatividade. Por isso o brasileiro dá muito bem na Irlanda. É exatamente esse tipo de criatividade que a gente quer na nossa economia. A gente não pode continuar sempre fazendo a mesma coisa que já foi feito. A gente tem que sempre criar, sempre inovar. Então, tem muito caso de brasileiro que eu conheço pessoalmente, que foi para a Irlanda para estudar inglês, depois fez faculdade, agora são gerentes de empresas de mídias sociais, são gerentes do governo também. Então, tem muita oportunidade, e brasileiro, a personalidade do brasileiro se casa muito bem na nossa sociedade. E vou beber mais água. Tudo isso, como eu falei, eu fiz ciências sociais, depois eu fiz jornalismo, então tem todo esse papo hoje em dia de fake news, então qualquer coisa que eu tenho aqui na minha palestra, eu posso te passar também. Efigie pode passar essa palestra para vocês, mas também eu vou passar todos os links para você verifique. Temos que verificar tudo que a gente lê hoje em dia, vocês sabem disso, porque tem muito mentira espalhado. Mas, enfim, eu sou irlandesa, então eu falo muito, eu estou sempre pulando de assunto, a gente já reparou? Mas essa que está ali em cima, esse gráfico, essa mostra a empregabilidade, uma pesquisa que foi feita com os alunos que fizerem cursos de graduação, aquela Honors Degree, cursos de graduação em 2018, a gente fez pesquisa com eles 9 meses depois. Tinha 4% deles que não estava trabalhando, que estava desempregado. Todo o resto estava ou trabalhando, ou pronto para começar um emprego que eles tinham ganhando, ou eles estavam estudando mais, fazendo mestrado, fazendo PhD, ou eles estavam viajando ou fazendo outra coisa. Então, taxa de empregabilidade nas nossas faculdades é muito, muito, muito alto. Salário, eu já falei, o Luxemburgo, eles ganham mais que a gente. Você quer morar lá? Pode ir. Mas eu acho que a Irlanda vai ser bem mais divertido. Bom, por fato de nossos graduados ser tão qualificados, ser tão prontos para trabalhar, muitas empresas estão chegando na Irlanda, tem base na Irlanda, tem base de inovação, inclusive na Irlanda. Com Brexit, muitas empresas que tinham sua base europeia em Londres estão agora mudando para Dublin, mudando para a Irlanda. Essas empresas, eles poderiam estar em outros países, eles poderiam estar na Ásia, onde eles poderiam pagar salários bem mais baixos, porque a gente exige salários altos. Mas como a gente faz toda essa preparação para o mundo de trabalho dentro das faculdades, eles não têm que gastar em treinamento, eles estão ganhando mão de obra qualificada, pronta para trabalhar, pronta para inovar, pronta para criar novas soluções. É isso que faz a nossa economia continuar a crescer e a crescer. Você pensa nas mídias sociais que vocês usam todo dia, o LinkedIn, o Facebook, o PayPal, o Twitter, todos eles têm sua base europeia de inovação na Irlanda. Em termos de biotecnologia, as empresas têm vários focos, têm vários núcleos de indústria. Na cidade de Cork tem núcleo farmacêutica, na cidade de Galway, minha cidade, mais biotecnologia, as empresas que fazem aparelhos médicos e tal. área financeira, área de computação, tem muitas áreas e eles estão crescendo mais e mais e mais todo ano. Rapidinho, essas são as 8 faculdades que a gente tem aqui na feira. Eu espero que vocês já tenham conversado com essas faculdades. Eu sei que a feira vai acabar daqui a pouco. Se não usam essa oportunidade de conversar com eles ainda, se tem vergonha, acha que seu inglês não é suficiente, vai dar uma pula na stand deles, vai assistir o vídeo deles, porque vale muito a pena. Tem muita oportunidade e tem muita bolsa que eles oferecem também. Alguns bolsas por mérito acadêmico, alguns por nível de inglês que você consegue, né, teste de proficiência, alguns só por ser brasileiro, uma coisa PIB do país. Então, tem realmente muita oportunidade para vocês. Eu vou rapidinho falar sobre as faculdades que temos aqui na feira. Tem a Dublin City University, que fica no capital. Eles oferecem cursos em todas as áreas, são muito fortes em jornalismo, por exemplo, biotecnologia também é muito forte em Dublin City University. Tem o Dundalk Institute of Technology, que fica uns 45 minutos fora de Dublin, quer dizer que o aluguel fica um pouco mais barato, o custo de curso está um pouco mais barato também, e uma bolsa incrível que eles têm lá, eles oferecem acomodação dentro do campus completamente custo zero para brasileiro, por coisa do PIB do Brasil, entendeu? Então você paga a sua tuição, mas você não paga seu aluguel, não tem aluguel para pagar durante a sua graduação, é bem interessante. Temos o Limerick Institute of Technology também. Se alguém conversou com Stephanie na stand de Education Ireland, Stephanie fez Ciências Sem Fronteiras em Limerick Institute of Technology, ela fez biotecnologia lá, eles são muito fortes em arte, design, moda, muito forte lá. Também uma cidade no interior que o custo de vida está muito mais barato do que no capital. Tem Mary Immaculate College, que é uma faculdade pequena, uma família, pessoas muito boas lá. Mary Immaculate College é uma referência em educação na Irlanda, eles que treinam a maioria dos nossos professores, inclusive Mary Immaculate foi escolhida pelo CAPES como referência, e professores que ganharam concursos em todos os estados brasileiros foram para Mary Immaculate, financiado pelo CAPES, para fazer mestrado em liderança em educação. Além de educação, eles têm artes liberais, eles têm psicologia, eles têm teatro também. University College Cork, pensa em Harry Potter, já tem uma ideia como que parece essa universidade. Universidade também maravilhosa, muito apoio para estudante, muito forte em psicologia e relações internacionais e muitas outras áreas também. Não dá para entrar em todas as áreas que essas faculdades estão oferecendo, então por isso eu peço a vocês já receberam um e-mail com meus contatos ontem pelo Efigie, então entre em contato comigo, se não tem tempo para conversar com as faculdades, para a gente ver qual é a melhor universidade, qual é a melhor cidade para vocês escolherem. Também tem University College Dublin, que é uma faculdade maravilhosa, eles têm Smurfit Business School, que é um top business school do mundo, bem interessante. Alguém que está querendo fazer veterinário ou ciências de animal, é UCD, University College Dublin mesmo escolhe para vocês. Deixa eu ver tempo, acho que eu vou ter que falar mais rápido. Tem University of Limerick, que é um patrocinador desse evento agora, vocês que estão no desafio Efigie agora, um dos prêmios que vocês podem ganhar é um curso na University of Limerick, super recomendo. Tem o Rio que passa pelo campus, eles são muito fortes em esportes, e também todas as nossas faculdades, gente, se alguém está muito bom em esporte, todas elas têm bolsa de esporte, sabe? Então, se você é um atleta, pense bem e fale com as faculdades sobre isso também. University of Limerick também é uma referência também em educação. Eles têm o Centro Nacional de STEM, que é ciência, tecnologia e matemática. E eles estão oferecendo também uma bolsa para professoras, para ir passar uns 15 dias lá fazendo um curso de desenvolvimento profissional. Outro, também o Business School deles, Cambridge Business School, é um top global também. Temos Technological University Dublin, que é a nossa universidade mais nova, que nasceu ano passado, quando 3 institutos de tecnologia se casarem, criando essa grande universidade tecnológica. A líder está aqui na feira para conversar com vocês. Eles têm muito estágio, todo programa de graduação tem pelo menos 6 meses de estágio pago, que é muito importante, que ajuda bastante. Então, vale muito a pena pensar nisso também. Falando em tuição, em quanto custa, você pode pensar entre 9 mil euros anual até 35 mil. Então, vai depender do curso que vocês querem fazer. As bolsas já falei, eu vou pular rapidinho, porque eu acho que a imigração a gente pode... Desculpa, Carol. Eu vou... Tá falando comigo, Carol?
Sim, 1 minutinho.
Sim. Um minutinho. Agora eu entendo. Eu achei que você queria falar uma coisa por um minutinho. Desculpa. O visto, gente, olha, a primeira coisa tem que saber, não precisa de visto. Tudo isso se trata quando chega na Irlanda. Então, vamos esquecer, toda a informação está ali. A Efigie pode explicar, as faculdades podem explicar. Então, eu não fico nisso porque... estou no final. Beleza. Eu falei muito rápido, eu tenho muito para falar. Eu poderia ficar 6 meses aqui falando com vocês sobre as oportunidades, porque tem muito. Quer conversar comigo? É muito fácil. Meu e-mail, quero estudar na Irlanda, @gmail.com. Me manda um e-mail, deixa eu ajudar vocês, deixa a família Efigie, essas pessoas maravilhosas, ajuda vocês, e deixa meus colegas nas faculdades também ajuda vocês. Segue a gente na mídia social, por favor, porque quando tem bolsa, quando tem foto, quando tem alguma oferta interessante ali que eu estou postando. Pronto?
Perfeito, tá. Muito obrigada, viu, pela participação, foi ótimo.
Obrigada a você, Carol.
Até mais. Ok, pessoal, 10 minutes. All right, we're back. Estamos de volta. Vamos fechar com chave de ouro. Vamos falar aqui da Franklin Virtual School. Vou chamar o David Hooser e o Diego Porta. Por favor.
Olá, Carol.
Oi, Diego, tudo bem?
Tudo bem? Eu tenho uma surpresa depois para os estudantes. Tem uma surpresa para os estudantes depois, então continuem assistindo a gente. Espero que vocês estejam se divertindo muito no Efigie Talks. Espero que vocês tenham passado em muitos stands, principalmente no da Franklin, ok? Pessoal, vou compartilhar minha tela aqui. Acho que todo mundo consegue ver minha tela, ok? Eu vou falar um pouquinho, então, de como vocês conseguem ter 2 diplomas sem sair do Brasil. Um diploma brasileiro pela sua escola aqui do Brasil e um diploma americano, pessoal. Um diploma americano sem você sair daqui da sua escola. O programa de duplo diploma, galera, é da escola Franklin Virtual School. A Franklin, ela é a 5ª melhor virtual school do mundo. Vocês estão estudando em grandes escolas aqui no Brasil, mas também tem a possibilidade de estar dentro de um dos mais importantes virtual school do mundo. Como que vocês conseguem, então, conciliar a Franklin e a escola dentro do programa de duplo diploma? Pessoal, se eu contar para vocês que quando você compara o currículo brasileiro com o currículo americano, vocês já têm 75% dos créditos americanos. São aquelas disciplinas de matemática, de biologia, geografia. Essas disciplinas, pessoal, não mudam. Vocês apenas precisam fazer 25% do currículo, que são 12 disciplinas. Vou explicar melhor isso. Então, são 18 créditos que vocês fazem aqui no Brasil, as disciplinas que eu comentei, 6 créditos, 12 disciplinas, porque cada disciplina, pessoal, vale meio crédito. No final, então, vocês vão ter aí o equivalente a um americano, que no mínimo de 24 créditos para vocês conseguirem o seu diploma. Pessoal, como eu estava dizendo, a Franklin, ela é a 5ª melhor high school virtual dos Estados Unidos e do mundo. Tem mais de 1 milhão de estudantes em vários países, não é só no Brasil e nos Estados Unidos. Então, vocês vão ter a oportunidade de interagir com alunos de diferentes lugares. Tem mais de 300 disciplinas eletivas. Então, se vocês querem fazer alguma disciplina a mais para incrementar o seu currículo, pessoal, a Franklin tem mais de 300 disciplinas ali para você escolher. As aulas da Franklin, pessoal, são totalmente gamificadas. Mas, pessoal, pera lá. A Franklin não é um joguinho. A Franklin, ela é uma escola, é um high school. Por que a gente chama de gamificada? Porque, pessoal, tudo que vocês vão fazendo durante as aulas vai contando. E é como se fosse uma fase de um videogame, de um jogo. Então, você tem que cumprir a tarefa daquela fase, daquela aula, para você conseguir ir para a próxima. É exatamente assim que a Franklin funciona. Eu sei que a maioria de vocês, alguns já voltaram, outros não, estão aí com as aulas online. Só que, pessoal, a Franklin não é aquela só o professor falando e depois no final da aula tem um exercício, de forma alguma. A Franklin é totalmente interativa. Então, você vai assistir o professor para um vídeo curto, de 5 minutos, 3 minutos, dependendo do vídeo, e depois já tem uma tarefa para você fazer. Na Franklin, você também vai desenvolver a técnica para escrever a essay. Muitos de vocês, eu acho que assistiram ontem a palestra da professora Rebecca Stein, falando da importância da essay para aplicar para universidades internacionais. Então, dentro da Franklin, pessoal, vocês vão conseguir fazer isso. Pessoal, aí vocês me perguntam, mas a Franklin, quais são as universidades que vão aceitar a Franklin? Todas as universidades americanas, universidades irlandesas. Então, pessoal que já passou pela sala de Irish Universities, pode ir lá perguntar, eles vão aceitar a Franklin. Por quê? A Franklin tem todas essas acreditações. Então, isso prova que a Franklin é uma escola legítima, que o diploma de vocês vão ser aceitos em várias universidades, não só nos Estados Unidos, mas no mundo inteiro. E quais são esses 6 créditos, essas 12 disciplinas que vocês precisam fazer? São 8 disciplinas de inglês, mas, galera, não é o inglês que vocês aprendem no colégio de vocês. É o inglês como se fosse o nosso português. Então, vocês vão aprender literatura em inglês, então vocês vão aprender toda a parte literária, vocês vão aprender a gramática, a desenvolver as essays de novo, pessoal. Eu vou dar só um briefing aí de como que funciona. Vão ter 4 drafts, 4 rascunhos. Você vai fazendo esses rascunhos e o professor americano que vai avaliar isso, galera. Não é um robô. São professores, são pessoas avaliando tudo que você está fazendo dentro da plataforma. Eles vão estar ensinando e orientando vocês lá dos Estados Unidos. 2 disciplinas de história americana. Então, vocês vão aprender como foi formado os 50 estados, a Guerra Civil, Guerra da Independência. Pessoal, então vocês vão ter todo esse conteúdo. Governo americano, então vocês vão aprender sobre a política americana. Eu acho que todo mundo está acompanhando aí nas news as eleições desse ano nos Estados Unidos. Não sei se muitos de vocês entendem como funciona essa logística das eleições. Na Franklin você vai aprender tudo isso. E uma disciplina de economia. É uma disciplina muito bacana, galera. Não é somente aquela parte de economia norte-americana, mas sim gestão financeira, que é muito importante para a gente. Então, pessoal, vocês vão fazendo essas disciplinas no decorrer do seu ensino médio. Então, deixa eu mostrar para vocês como funciona. Galera, você que está no 8º ano, você já pode começar a Franklin. Então, você vai fazer uma disciplina por vez. Aí, quando você chegar no 9º ano, você começa de 2 em 2. Se você começa no 8º ano, você vai acabar no 2º ano do ensino médio, deixando o 3º ano livre para vocês estudarem para o vestibular, se for aqui no Brasil, para se organizar tudo para você aplicar para uma universidade de fora. Ah, Diego, mas eu não estou no 9º ano, eu estou no 8º, eu estou no 9º ou no 1º, ou mesmo no 2º, porque vocês vão conseguir fazer a Franklin, dedicar um pouco mais você que está no 2º ano. Mas vocês vão fazer 2 em 2 disciplinas. 20 semanas para cumprir as disciplinas. Então, vocês têm tempo suficiente para fazer isso. Diego, mas é muito puxado a minha escola. Eu tenho muitas atividades extracurriculares. Como que eu vou organizar isso? Pessoal, vocês vão ter um tutor. Dentro de cada escola, vai ter um tutor que vai ajudar vocês, pessoal, a montar o seu plano de estudos. Esse tutor, ele vai sentar com vocês e montar um plano de estudos personalizado para cada um de vocês, galera. Então, tem alunos que falam, eu não faço a Franklin de segunda a sexta porque a minha escola é muito puxada. Quando que eu vou fazer a Franklin? Ele pode fazer no final de semana, não tem problema nenhum. Não tem o attendance. Você tem que cumprir dentro das 20 semanas. Mas quem vai fazer o horário é você. Você se torna protagonista do seu currículo. E, galera, vocês passaram por várias instituições aqui, várias universidades. E eu tenho certeza que as universidades, elas estão buscando protagonistas. Então, vocês dentro da Franklin se tornam um desses protagonistas. E é isso que as universidades buscam. O tutor também, galera, vai mandar um relatório para vocês e para os seus pais. Então, vocês vão conseguir acompanhar semanalmente como que está o tempo de vocês, se vocês estão atrasados ou se vocês estão avançados. Como eu disse, são 20 semanas. Então, você pode terminar antes, se você conseguir. E aqui embaixo são as notas, que vai de 0 a 100%. Então, tudo que você fizer na Franklin vai contar como nota. Então, não é somente uma prova que vai avaliar a sua nota final na Franklin, e sim um todo. Tudo que você fizer dentro das aulas vai valer a sua nota. Deixa eu mudar aqui, galera. E aí, no final, pessoal, vamos lembrar daqueles números. Tá no ensino médio. Acabou o 3º ano, vocês já têm 75%. Acabou a Franklin, 25%. Então, pessoal, quando vocês terminarem o 3º ano, vocês vão ter 100% do currículo americano. Então, vocês vão ter o seu diploma e o seu transcript, que é o seu histórico. No seu histórico, galera, aqui já vai mostrar para vocês um ID. Assim que vocês se matriculem na Franklin, vocês já viram aluno americano, porque vocês já ganham o seu ID. E, pessoal, você também vai ter o seu GPA. O que é o GPA? É o Grade Point Average, que é a média de todas as disciplinas que vocês fizeram do nono, do freshman year, até o terceiro ano, senior year. Então, essas notas da sua escola aqui do Brasil, mais a da Franklin, vão ser juntadas e aí você vai ter o seu GPA final. É isso que as universidades pedem lá fora para eles avaliarem vocês. Mas não é só isso, pessoal. As universidades, elas vão avaliar vocês como um todo. Quando vocês estão aqui no Brasil e vocês vão prestar uma universidade aqui no Brasil, o que vocês precisam para entrar numa universidade aqui no Brasil? Qual é a única coisa que vocês precisam? O vestibular. Só. O vestibular ou o Enem. Só. Lá fora, galera, é diferente. Lá fora, as universidades, vocês já conseguiram perceber aí, eu espero, que lá fora é muito mais holístico. As universidades avaliam vocês como um todo. Eu acho que vocês até assistiram a palestra do Fred, que falou muito bem isso. Pessoal, vocês podem só parar de compartilhar minha tela, por favor? Aí, beleza. Então, galera, lá fora é uma avaliação de tudo. Então, vocês vão ter ali o seu GPA. Aí, vocês vão ter a sua essay, porque vocês aprenderam na Franklin como escrever essa essay. Aí, vocês também precisam carta de recomendação, vocês também precisam do seu portfólio. Então, pessoal, o pessoal que está participando do desafio, que está aí no BUB, é esse portfólio que as universidades pedem. Então, tudo que vocês fizeram na sua vida acadêmica, do nono ao terceiro, vocês vão colocar lá e aí vocês vão mandar isso para as universidades avaliarem. E depois o último é uma prova, o SAT. Eu acho que o Fred passou isso na palestra dele. Juntando isso, é isso que as universidades querem, avaliam os estudantes para entrar. Aí eu falei do aluno do 8º até o 2º ano. E o aluno do 3º? Então eu não tenho mais chance, Diego? De forma alguma. Para vocês, pessoal, eu recomendo o programa de aconselhamento da Efigie. O programa de aconselhamento é um programa que vai colocar vocês, galera, ajudar vocês a entrarem nessas universidades. Vocês não foram preparados para escrever essa essay. Então, o que vai acontecer? Vocês vão ter um curso com a professora Rebecca Stein, que vocês assistiram a palestra. Nós vamos dar todo o suporte para você, pessoal, para pedir a carta de recomendação, para selecionar as universidades que cabem no seu perfil, porque tem um especialista em profissões para isso. Ele vai ajudar a você a avaliar qual é a sua carreira, o teste de autoconhecimento. Então, não é somente a parte da carreira, mas é a parte do perfil. Se você é uma pessoa que prefere, às vezes, o frio, o calor, uma cidade mais busy, uma cidade mais quiet, então, esse programa de aconselhamento vai ajudar você, aluno do 3º ano, a entrar numa universidade. E o melhor, pessoal, conseguir bolsas. Nós estamos sempre conseguindo bolsas para os estudantes do nosso programa de aconselhamento. Ano passado, conseguimos bolsas de até $25 mil. Então, pessoal, vocês aí do 3º... Quem tiver antes, tudo pode até ir também, mas o pessoal do 3º ano tem interesse, vai correndo até agora no stand da Efigie, procure lá sobre mais informações sobre o programa de aconselhamento, tá bom? Pessoal, eu falei que eu tinha uma surpresa para vocês, tá? Então, eu falei da Franklin, mas não contei a história da Franklin. Eu não contei como a Franklin foi fundada. Sabe por quê? Porque hoje a gente está trazendo aqui o fundador da Franklin para conversar com vocês. So, please, Mr. David Huser, can you join me?
Good afternoon, Diego. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you very much, David. So, we really appreciate you, the Franklin Virtual School founder, to talk to Brazilian students and tell them the history and the purpose of Franklin to all the students around the world?
Well, we have to start, I'll say we have an incredible history with you as a wonderful partner. We've been working with Efigie since 2015 when Laura and I first met. You've done incredible things. Your presentation captures the essence of our program. And so we couldn't be more delighted to have such an incredible partner. But, I started Franklin with a vision to, deliver flexible education to individuals in all situations. And ironically, for the past, months, it's been a situation where we truly needed a distance learning program like Franklin created back in 2010. So we launched in the US 2010, our first students being mostly what we consider homeschool students, learning from home with their parents, assisting them in their living rooms and kitchens while we provided a structured learning program for them to follow and to ensure they were getting the type of learning that would be necessary for them to continue on to the next level of their education. So we've been proud of what we've done. We have had great partners like I mentioned with you and Efigie. We've had partners in the US. We provide solutions to some unique student groups here. One partner being a group called Children in Film. So a lot of kids are working in Hollywood, but attending Franklin from their studio trailers. We've had a lot of athletes that are training very hard to become a professional tennis player or soccer player that need a flexible school to work around their training schedule. And since 2013, when we launched our first partnership in China, we've been serving the international student market. And like I said, we partnered with you shortly after. And as of this year, I'm proud to say that we're serving students in 22 countries with similar partnerships that we have with you there in Brazil. So it's an exciting time to be a part of this model of learning system, and it takes incredible partners like you to make it happen throughout the world. So we love it when we hear the success stories of our students attending universities in Eastern Europe and Israel and in Western Europe, all over the US. We've had students improve the school choices they had in their own countries because they could show the extra effort they made in getting this dual diploma credential. So I think there's a lot of strategies for our parents and students to consider, and a lot of benefits that result from those program implementations. So anyway, I would love to share any stories and answer any questions that you guys have, but we're very proud to be a part of Efigie Talks and to continue our partnership with your organization.
That's great, David. Before we have questions, I don't know if our team have questions to ask for me or for David. But David, just to tell you, I think Franklin was ready for this new world that we are living right now. And it's very funny because now it's all the words are online, but doesn't have the good environment as Franklin has. So I think students enjoy a lot studying Franklin and doing all the exercise and everything.
So schools have scrambled. We've signed up hundreds of school partners in the past months. They've scrambled to find good programming, good structured curriculum and content, integrated together and connected to live teacher support and real American teacher assistance for our students throughout the way. But we have developed a great online program, but we have connected it to the real world like we do with all of your partner schools in Brazil. that the students aren't, an island having to do everything on their own in our system. The curriculum is structured, it's organized, there's a strong lesson plan and learning standards around it, but there's also a lot of support through our American teachers and through our local facilitators at the partner schools that are working with Efigie. So we feel that the schools that weren't prepared this year have paid a big price, and the schools that were have really seen how planning ahead with an innovative programs like this is important to making sure students continue on in a meaningful way.
Yeah. Okay. And the diploma from Franklin comes from Florida, right?
Yeah, we're a registered school in the state of Florida, and there's a couple of reasons for that, Diego. When I first started Franklin in 2009, there were very few legislative structures in all of the various states in the USA around supporting virtual learning, distance learning programs like ours. My home is in Arizona, but Arizona even today has less, definitive regulation and rules and guidelines for virtual or distance learning schools like ours. So when we were looking at that time, Florida was the most developed, one of the most stringent states from a requirements standpoint, graduation requirements standpoint. And so when my parents in the USA started calling in 2010, I wanted them to know that we are held accountable by the authorities that oversee us. Now, of course, we have reached, for many, many years, we've been through 3 different audits by our accreditor, but we also want to make sure that the state in which we operate has a rigorous rule book, if you will, that we must follow, because that's what parents really need to give them that confidence that the program will benefit their sons and daughters. So we are Florida-based. We meet the standards of Florida schools for all schools. As a matter of fact, in the USA, schools that can deem themselves private and very specific and get away with many things. We stress that we meet all of the standards for all schools, all the requirements for all schools in the state of Florida, not just list ourselves as a private school and then ask for exceptions and exemptions. So we are very proud that since day one, we've always followed all of the regulations and requirements and state standards for the state of Florida in high school diploma issuance. And it's really helped our students, because it's not really about us. It's about what happens when our students try to enter the university that they have chosen to attend. Our school has been received, in the highest regard by universities, not just in the US, but all around the world. So we're very proud of our accomplishments, and we're super proud of the outcomes that our students have achieved.
That's wonderful, David. That's wonderful. I'm just going to tell in Portuguese a few things for the student, and then you just leave your message. But, pessoal, então vocês não percam essa oportunidade. Vão até o stand da Efigie, dá tempo ainda. Vocês vão lá poder se inscrever para uma semana totalmente grátis, para vocês aproveitarem e verem como que funciona as aulas da Franklin. Esse é um curso que se chama Sample Course. Então, vocês vão ter 7 dias grátis para vocês testarem a plataforma. Depois disso, a gente conversa da matrícula. E, pessoal, só uma notícia muito importante para vocês. A gente está isentando a taxa de matrícula, pessoal. Então, corram para se matricular na Franklin. Vocês podem começar a qualquer momento. Então, vão no stand da Franklin, cadastre-se lá, é só clicar no ícone que tem uma estrelinha. E aí você, pessoal, vai ter lá 7 dias grátis para vocês testarem a plataforma. Tá legal? David, thank you very much for joining us today. It was a real pleasure, real honor to have you here, and thank you.
Well, I look forward to being able to come see you again soon, my friend. So stay safe.
Thank you.
Good to be here.
Thank you very much, David. Pessoal, o evento está acabando, a última palestra está acabando, então eu queria convidar aqui nada mais, nada menos que a diretora da Efigie, a CEO da Efigie, Lara Crivellaro.
Olá, Diego!
Olá, Lara!
Que bom estar aqui com todos vocês. Gente, nós estamos todos muito animados, muito felizes com o resultado de tudo isso. Confesso a vocês que esse evento, para nós, era muito importante. E nós trabalhamos muito, mas muito, para que tudo desse certo. Mas nesse momento eu me sinto completamente realizada. Vocês foram o máximo. Que turma maravilhosa, Diego! Esses estudantes merecem muito esses prêmios.
Muito.
Eu estou muito, muito feliz de ver o engajamento de vocês. Os expositores não param de elogiar o quanto vocês foram bons no inglês, educados, interessados. Nós estamos muito, mas muito felizes mesmo. Foi uma grande honra ter vocês todos participando com a gente dessa feira e desse jogo.
Sim, foi realmente um prazer. Foi um prazer muito grande. Realmente, Lara, eles se mostraram muito engajados. Eu acho que, assim, o evento colocou vocês em contato com várias instituições. Vocês aí deram super bem no inglês, pessoal. Parabéns. As instituições estão falando, mas, pera lá, eles não falavam português? O inglês dele parece inglês nativo. Tá muito bem, pessoal. Parabéns. O game tá aí. Vocês aí percorreram todas as jornadas. A gente espera que aí o melhor vença. Mas, pessoal, o que vale foi a oportunidade de você estar em contato com essas grandes instituições.
Exatamente. Muito importante. Eu acho que, assim, realmente as portas do mundo estão abertas para vocês. Então, vocês precisam fazer escolhas, planejamento, como eu disse, desde a nossa live de abertura, tudo é possível se você se planejar. Eu recebi vários contatos individuais de estudantes querendo saber mais. Teve um até que pediu um emprego na Efigie, Diego, disse que está tão empolgado, tão emocionado, que como que ele faz para vir trabalhar aqui com a gente?
Opa, que legal!
Eu fico muito feliz com tudo isso e acho que para a gente é uma grande honra. O que nós temos para dizer agora nesse final, principalmente para o pessoal do game, é que cuidem agora de olhar o bulb, porque nós vamos postar lá, ainda hoje, no final da noite, qual é a atividade que vocês precisam fazer para nos entregar o enigma final. Cuidado com aquele grupo. O grupo não é para vocês postarem coisas. Se você fizer lá e botar seu enigma final no grupo, todo mundo vai ver seu enigma final. Você tem que terminar de fazer e publicar somente para o Desafio Efigie, não para o grupo Desafio Efigie. Vocês vão publicar para o júri Desafio Efigie, tá? E também, por favor, mandem um link com um acesso para a gente no e-mail desafio@efigie.com.br. Bom, agora é organizar aí, preparar, fazer a reflexão, porque tem muita gente aí com todas as 15 pistas na mão e perguntando assim, mas isso é uma frase, isso é uma palavra, o que é isso? Não podemos falar. Pensem, quebrem a cabeça, porque é assim que as coisas acontecem. Vocês são o máximo. Eu estou completamente feliz e realizada depois desse evento todo, dizendo que valeu muito a pena todas as nossas noites mal dormidas, né, Diego? Porque não foi fácil para a gente conseguir organizar tudo isso, mas foi muito bom mesmo. E eu não vejo a hora que chegue o ano que vem para a gente começar tudo de novo.
De novo, exatamente.
Bom, gente, eu quero com isso dizer muito obrigado a vocês. Nós vamos encerrar por aqui. Falta 1 minuto para as 4 horas, e às 4 horas a nossa feira fecha. Mas ela ainda fica aberta há mais 7 dias. Vocês podem ainda visitar os estandes. O que não vai ter são os expositores online para conversar com vocês. Mas a feira vai ficar aberta e vocês podem ainda passar, esqueci de pegar uma coisa, quero saber mais algum detalhe, quero ver uma foto, quero ver uma brochura, pode voltar na feira e pode ver por mais 7 dias, tá bom?
Não vai ter o chat, pessoal, mas não sei se todos viram, vai ter um ícone, um envelope. Esse envelope, pessoal, vocês mandam um e-mail direto para o expositor. Então, aí vocês, nessa correria do game, mas eu queria muito conversar mais, por exemplo, com a Sara, para saber mais sobre a Irlanda e tudo mais. Pessoal, não tem problema. Só vocês voltarem durante a semana no stand da Sara ou de outro expositor, clicar no envelope e mandar um e-mail direto.
Exatamente, gente. Os expositores estão lá, doidos para falar com vocês e muito, muito felizes também com tudo isso. Bom, chegamos ao final, né, Diego?
Chegou.
Hora de encerrar?
Hora de encerrar. Vamos lá.
Isso aí. Gente, muito obrigada mesmo. Espero vê-los em breve. E até 5 de novembro, vocês devem mandar a resposta para a gente. E o resultado final vai sair 15 de novembro. Nós entraremos em contato com vocês, com os ganhadores, mas também publicaremos nas redes sociais. 15 de novembro saberemos exatamente quem são os vencedores. Boa tarde a vocês e muito, muito obrigado pela participação. Um beijo.
Tchau, tchau, gente.
Planejar uma experiência internacional é um assunto sério e exige bastante cuidado e atenção com as melhores opções disponíveis.
Enviar seu filho, menor de idade, para uma experiência de high school ou cursar uma universidade exige planejamento e muita informação.
Por isso, a Efigie cuida de cada detalhe para você, desde o início do seu sonho até o momento de realização dele.
Nós estaremos ao seu lado para te apresentar as melhores opções, te ajudar nas suas escolhas e fazer com que você chegue lá.
Preparamos a sua viagem, mas também sonhamos os seus sonhos, desde o início, com você.
Nós fazemos do seu sonho o nosso, porque você é único. E a Efigie sabe disso.